Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Episode 1, Capture, Redux. I stretched as I looked around the small clearing that I had made my home. It wasn't big enough to attract the attention of roving bands of Pikachu or the occasional trainer, but it was large enough for me. I yawned again as I stepped out of the dark shadow of the large apple tree that grew at the clearing's edge and into the paler shade of the oaks that surrounded me instead. My first port of call was to turn back to the tree and look up at the tantalizing red fruits that hovered way out of my reach. As much as I wanted them, they'd have to wait a few minutes. I yawned and scratched the back of my head as I plodded over the large puddle that had formed in the rainstorm the night before. I plunked myself down in front of it and splashed the cool water over my face, wiping off any grime I had picked up since the last rainstorm. When I had finished, I gave my reflection a quick glance over. Dark blue eyes stared back at me, standing out against bright orange scales. I ran one claw over the large white scar that ran down my muzzle, scowling at the memory of the events that had put it there. I wrenched my gaze away from my reflection, determined to focus on something other than that. I needed something to distract me, and I was about to turn to the best distraction around, food, when there was a rustling in the bushes behind me. I slowly smirked to myself. If it was those DMN Pikachu that tried to prank me every few days, then they were going to end up with a lot of burns by the time I was through with them. The advantage of being the only fire type within the entire forest, no one ever messed with me twice. Ever. Especially those humans that dumped non-edible stuff on the floor, they never ever did that again after I'd caught them. Unfortunately, it wasn't those Pikachu, and I had to dive to the side to avoid a red and white ball that suddenly shot towards me. Damn it, I growled as I leaped back to my feet and glared as a human came out of the brush. It was a male, I could tell that much, with rather messy black hair. At least, I assumed it was messy. There was a stupid green hat on his head that hid most of it, and made him look like a complete moron. The fact that the rest of his clothing was that same bright red and green helped with the RETD image he seemed to be going for. Anyway, he was too small to be a full adult but way too large for a child. So I pegged him somewhere in the middle of the two. I wasn't sure how long that was in human years, and I really didn't care. The human, or moron as I decided to call him, us Pokemon are very impulsive when it comes to names or nicknames, that, and I was annoyed at the time, took another one of those balls off of his belt and threw it at me. How it expected something that didn't work the first time to work again, was beyond me, but I didn't dive clear. I spun around and smacked the ball rather firmly with my tail, sending it flying backwards and straight into Moron's face. He clutched at his nose, which I noticed was a little blood, and actually looked angry with me. Who the hell did he think he was? He waltzes into my home, throws stuff at me and expects me not to have a go back. Yep, definitely worthy of the title moron. Fine, we'll do this the hard way, the kid muttered as he reached down and took out another one of those stupid balls. Now I was starting to consider laughing at his sheer idiocy. If two didn't work, then lobbing a third really was stupid. However, he didn't throw this one at me. He clicked a button on the front and threw it upwards into the air instead. I watched it go, a little confused now. Until it suddenly burst open and a beam of red light shot to the floor and seemed to form something. Go Squirtle! The kid yelled as this blue turtle thing formed in front of me. It was slightly shorter than me and had brown eyes that matched the shell it wore. To put it simply, it didn't look as stupid as its owner. Squirtle, water gun attack! Moron yelled and the turtle inhaled. I almost wanted to laugh at the sheer stupidity of yelling out orders, thus telling me exactly what to expect. I pulled my tail closer to my back, shielding the precious flame with my chest, as the Squirtle fired a stream of water straight at me. The blast was powerful enough to force me to take a step back, but it wasn't enough to knock me over. I looked up when the attack was over, water dripping from my paws and muzzle. The turtle was looking a little tired. Firing all that water must have knackered him out. This made my life that little bit easier. You are going to wish that you had never done that, I growled to myself, mentally smirking as the Squirtle recoiled when I let a tiny plume of smoke rise out of my nostrils. Squirtle, the kid yelled out again, Oh, how much I wanted to set his stupid hat on fire right then. Try again. Don't let the Charmander scare you. The Squirtle glanced over at the human, which gave me enough time to adopt a rather toothy grin by the time he looked back. Despite the order it had just been given, I could see the slight fear in the blue turtle's eyes. Wise policy. Unfortunately, the Squirtle had decided to follow the other order it had been given and prepared to blast me with water again. This time I didn't bother going on the defensive and ducked to the side, the attack sailing past me. The Squirtle tried to change its aim in mid-attack, but I was already moving further to the side. It wanted to throw water at me, then I was going to throw things back. I inhaled a gulp of air and launched a ball of fire straight at the turtle's head. The Squirtle ducked, but its strange curly tail got in the way and there was a satisfying yell from the turtle as it felt the burning. It instantly leaped up and turned to examine the damage, which was yet another mistake. I charged forwards and tackled the Squirtle to the floor. I scooted on top of its shell, my claws easily finding grip in the small grooves that ran along the unusually smooth surface, and pulled back my paw. Just as I was about to slam my claws straight into the turtle's face, there was a cry from the human behind me and I felt something hit my back. Pokeball go! I was about to turn and blast the little brat when I was engulfed in red light and felt this strange tugging sensation. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Couldn't do anything to resist. I could just make out a red and white ball, which I was being pulled inside. Oh bugger, were the last words I managed to form before I vanished from my home. Episode 2, Matador, Redux. I couldn't believe where I found myself. I'd been transported out of my clearing, straight back into it. The place looked identical, but I could tell that it was a fake. There was no breeze or scent to it. I slumped to the ground, looking up at the even more fake sky and growling softly to myself. That kid is going to wish he'd never been born with legs after I'm finished with him. However, I was snapped out of my beautiful mental picture of what I was going to do to Moron by that tugging feeling. It wasn't as sudden as last time, but it was there. This time, I didn't mind though. Mainly because it was pulling me out of the simulated clearing and into a real one instead. I got to my feet when I'd reappeared, sneaking a quick glance around. It wasn't my home clearing, the grass was much darker and the clearing was a lot smaller. There was no apple tree, but the rest of the trees seemed to be the same. We were still in Viridian, that much was for certain. There was a whistling coming from above and I glared up against a bird that was barely half my size, which isn't exactly large to say the least. Anyway, while I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on, this bird was hopping back and forth along a branch while staring at me the entire time. It was kind of creepy. Those large piercing eyes just staring. Not blinking. Flame. Attack the Pidgey. That familiar annoying voice of Moron sounded out from behind me and I growled, turning around to stare at the little brat. What did you call me? I snarled, making sure that my rather pointy teeth were bared. I couldn't believe it, I'd been caught by an idiot who expected me to just attack things for no reason at all. That, and he'd given me a stupid name, while that Squirtle didn't. How was that justice? I growled again, feeling the inside of my throat heat up as a fireball began to take shape. Just as I was about to launch it at the confused human's face, just to show him that I wasn't going to listen to his red-dead orders, when there was a loud screech from behind me and I instinctively dived face first onto the floor as a shadow shot overhead. That bird, that I now knew was a Pidgey, had tried to dive bomb me. I growled and launched the fireball I'd prepared straight after the DMN thing, but it just swerved and came back for another go. Oh, hell no, I muttered to myself, spotting just how nasty-looking those claws were and rolling to the side to avoid being gutted by them. The brown-feathered freak spun around and landed on the branch again, its wings still outstretched and ready. That didn't matter anymore, Sod trying to talk my way out. It had attacked, it had started the game and I intended to win. Another fireball was charged and launched, the bird diving off of the branch just in time for the flames to shoot past and just miss its tail feathers. I pushed myself up so I was standing and kept using small fireballs to keep that bird away from me. It was ducking and dodging everything I threw at it, even that rock I'd snuck in, and I was really starting to get annoyed. The fact that its DMN squawking was giving me a headache wasn't helping much either. Just die, you stupid bird brain. Fire doesn't seem to be working, maybe we need a new plan here, a voice in my head spoke up. I heard it occasionally when I was in a scrap and it usually provided helpful advice. Although sometimes it did just get plain abusive. But I decided to listen, stopping my fireball barrage. Slight problem was that I hadn't came up with a new plan and the bird now had a clear shot at me. I barely avoided serious injury as I dived to the side, its talons raking my shoulder enough to cause a small cut in the scales and flesh. Moron was mercifully silent as I spun around to see a follow-up attack coming and evaded that too. That one I managed to dodge completely unscathed, just. The gust of wind that followed was enough to send me crashing to the ground. I'm out of here, I growled under my breath as I hauled myself back up and inhaled, the movement causing the Pidgey to veer away to avoid a fireball that never came. I wasn't planning on using fire, I was going to use a much different airborne attack from my arsenal. I exhaled in a massive cloud of thick black smoke that rapidly spread out around me. The arid taste almost caused me to GG, I hated using that technique, and it did manage to make my eyes water. Which made no difference to how far I could see, the smoke was that thick that I could barely see my feet. But that meant that the Pidgey would have a problem seeing me too. Unfortunately, the fact that I hadn't moved kinda made the Pidgey's inability to see sorta pointless. I only knew it was coming by the sound of its wings and the smoke waving in the wind they kicked up. I threw myself out of the side of the cloud and rolled onto my back. The talons had shot over my spine, I'd felt the points just scrape over my scales. The Pidgey blasted out of the rear of the cloud, looking a little disoriented itself for a few seconds before pulling up and letting the smoke finally fade away. But that didn't matter to me, I'd had an idea. I now had a weapon or, more specifically, several potential ones. I hauled myself to my feet as the Pidgey turned back, ducking under its attack and hauling tail towards the nearest tree. I let loose another smoke screen, one much thicker and having an even worse aftertaste than the first. Again I heard the Pidgey approach and this time I dropped straight down, the bird shooting overhead. There was a loud crack, kinda merged with a squawk, and I smirked as the smoke screen started to fade and revealed the bird crumpled to the floor. There was a large spiderweb of cracks in the bark of the tree, where the Pidgey's beak had hit. Beaten by a tree, I sighed, until a loud cheer came from nearby. I frowned, I'd forgotten about the human idiot completely. You did it, Flame, the moron in question said as he leapt up and down, waving his hands in the air, I knew you could do it. A little unorthodox but you won. No thanks to you, numbnuts, I growled, flaring my tail flame up as Moron removed another of those red and white ball from his belt. No way was he throwing any more of those around. Not in my forest. He dropped the ball, and himself, to the ground as I launched a fireball straight at his grinning face. Stupid brat deserved it. Episode 3, The Realm of Humans, Redux. Unfortunately, for me, the smokescreen had made me a little groggy. That, and the fact that the stupid kid decided to duck, meant that I missed and didn't get to burn his face off. Instead I just torched a very large bush that must have been older than the kid. Luckily, again for me, it was early in the morning so the dew and moisture in the air stopped the bush from igniting under the force of my small fireball. I say small because I didn't make it a big one, I made it small for a reason. Because the burns hurt a hell of a lot worse at the cost of raw power. I can make large fireballs too, just felt like pointing that out. I was just about to adjust my aim and blast him again when there was the strange sound that signaled that red and white ball device opening. It was that DMN Squirtle thing again. I glared at it as it formed just paces away from me, only a meter stopping me from throttling the blue idiot. You know, typically, the Pokemon don't attack their trainers, said Git spoke up with a small smile. Definitely male and definitely someone worthy of being killed. The meter vanished as my claws found their way inside the head hole of his shell and was about to start choking the hell out of him when I spotted Moron pointing a pokeball at me. Oh, hell no, I thought to myself as the human's finger pressed a button on the center before giving an order. Flame, return. And the red beam of light fired towards me. I reacted instantly and used my grip on the Squirtle to hurl him into the beam's path. It worked, no being sucked into a little ball for me. Only the human moved around the slightly stunned turtle and tried again. This time I dodged via the tried and true method of getting the hell out of the way. It was kind of amusing, watching this human kid getting more and more frustrated as I avoided being sent back into the ball, the beams missing me each time. Eventually the kid gave up and the ball shrank into a smaller form, which the brat hung on his belt. "Fine, you can stay out," he grumbled, turning away. "We've got a lot of walking to do if we want to get out of the forest by lunchtime." "What on earth makes you think I want to leave? This is my home, URETD. I yelled back, getting ready for another fireball. The Squirtle stepped in before I could fry moron. "We're about 3 miles from where your clearing was. There was a beedrill nest between here and there. They'll be up and awake soon. If you want to risk it, go ahead. But don't think that we're just going to let you walk into a twin needle to the face without a fight." My heart sank at that. I knew the beedrill swarm that the Squirtle was talking about. I'd had a few run-ins with the buggers before, they rarely ended well for me. The beedrill came off worse. I believe I took down about 20 of them the last time they decided to have a pop at me. They fly so close to each other when they swarm that a few well-placed fireballs will take most of them down as the ignited ones collide with the others. But the swarm learned, mainly to avoid me. The feeling was mutual. There was no way I'd manage to trek through their nest, not if what the Squirtle said was true. And going around would take forever. They have a massive territory. On the other paw, there would be few other Pokemon that would have made their homes so close to the swarm. The Pidgey that I'd flattened and myself were the only two that I knew of. I sighed. I was screwed, all because of one brat. I clenched my fists again, shoulders shaking as I tried as hard as I could not to start crying or yelling. The Squirtle stepped closer and actually placed his own paws on my shoulders. "You okay? You seem a little out of it." "I'm out of it?" I asked, loudly, as I jerked my head up and looked him right in the eye. He was shorter than me, so it wasn't difficult. "You and moron over there stole me from my home. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to get a small territory like that? I've been here longer than those beedrill." "Calm down," Squirtle replied, somewhat softly even though his grip on my shoulders tightened a little. "You'll be fine with us. You can tag along and we'll find you a better home, one away from bugs and other humans. You have my word, and I'm not one who makes promises that I cannot keep." I actually did calm down at that, stunned by the water type's determination. He'd sounded so calm and truthful, even though he could not have had any idea just how hard it would be to find a new home for me. "Go for it, better than wandering around here like a dope for the next few months. He's trustworthy, and you can always beat the crap out of him if he doesn't stick to his promise," that strange voice in my head told me, with what I swear was a small purr. I was about to start wondering why my inner voice was purring when I remembered what I was supposed to be doing and slowly nodded. "Heh," the Squirtle said, cracking a big grin at me. "I knew you'd be alright once you stopped trying to kill me." "Whatever," I brushed his paws off. "The moment I get a chance, I'm out." I meant it too. "Fair enough, but that'll probably be a few days away. The nearest bug-free place is after the city beyond this forest." He didn't seem fazed at all by my hostility, which piqued my curiosity. "Just what were his motives?" "You two coming?" Moron called over his shoulder. "Unless you want to be left behind, let's get going." "Yes, moron," I grumbled, with a slight mocking tone to my voice. Who the hell did that kid think he was? Ordering me about like that. "His name isn't moron." Squirtle rolled his eyes at me, which did little to help my mood, as he started walking after the human brat. "Like I care, that's all he is to me." "Him and his Red Dead hat," I replied, catching up and walking alongside the water type. Squirtle laughed at that, a soft laugh that seemed surprisingly fitting for him. "I'll agree with you on that one, he hasn't exactly got the best fashion sense. When I first saw his clothing, I thought he was a Christmas tree." I blinked. Christmas tree. The name sounded familiar but I couldn't think of where I had heard it before. Maybe a relic from before I came to Viridian. It's a human thing, they take these really weedy looking trees and put lots of shiny stuff and whatnot on to decorate them. Very flashy, but no one cares about the tree. Squirtle explained, not bothered by my total lack of knowledge about human crap. Yeah, that sounds like him. And so we kept walking, Moron leading the way while I looked around at the scenery we passed. It had been so long since I'd last visited that part of the forest. There was the small pond near where a Pikachu tribe would live during the colder months. Then was another clearing, this one filled with white and yellow flowers that would be flocked by Butterfree during the sunset hours. Seeing as it was still fairly early in the morning, the only Pokemon that were around was the occasional Metapod that didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. Stupid immobile things, I used to take great pleasure in poking them with a stick from behind just to make them squeal in fright. This time, we walked on past without paying them any attention. They were no threat, unlike their Kakuna counterparts, and those are only dangerous because seeing one meant that there was always Beedrill nearby. Of course, just as I was getting bored of the endless walking, the Squirtle started talking again. I won't go into what he said, seeing as it was a long explanation of why he was on the whole Red Dead trip to begin with and I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't care in the least about his reasons, I just wanted to get the DMN trip over and done with so I could be on my way again. Who cared about this traveling the world crap anyway? I blinked, that part had actually sounded interesting. Wait a sec, I interrupted before he could explain some other piece of crap, you are on this whole thing just to get to see places. See places, win competitions, become stronger. Yeah, he shrugged, do a lap of Kanto then maybe head on to a different region and travel around there too. He paused and glanced over at me, why, are you actually interested? Nah, bored, I shrugged him off again, just wanted to if you really were that stupid. That was a lie, if you hadn't figured it out on your own. I wouldn't want him thinking that I liked the idea, now would I? Rhetorical question, idiots. Okay, what would make you want to travel across the world? Squirtle asked, not bothered by my insult. His question caused me to look away, off into the brush as we trundled past. I didn't want to think about that reason I had moved into the forest in the first place. None of your business, I managed to choke out eventually, feeling his stares on the back of my head. I just knew that he'd opened his mouth to ask why, but thought better of it and kept quiet. It must have been another hour before the trees around us started to thin out as Moron came across a small stone path. It was the trail that led humans through the forest, one that I'd done well to avoid until just then. The border of Viridian Forest, the human said, glancing back over to us. Squirtle smiled while I just kept an impassive scowl on my face, and we made better time than I thought we would. Still 2 hours, till lunch. Who freaking who, I rolled my eyes, Squirtle laughing again and causing me to glare over. What is your problem? No problem, that just sounded amusing to me, he chuckled before pointing with his paw, look over there. I followed his gaze, staring at the massive stone structure. I had to admit, humans were good at building things. Much better than Pokemon, all Pokemon ever really do is adapt existing places like hollows in the ground. A little moss here, a little pebble wall over there to keep the water out, which was about it. These guys would make whole new stuff out of practically nothing. But, I wasn't going to let Squirtle know about my feelings of amazement. So I shrugged. I've seen better. I had too but, again, I wasn't going to let him know that. Spoilsport, Squirtle sighed as Moron upped his pace, heading for the structure, hey, race you. And, with that, he dashed off and overtook the human. The hell that I'm losing to a water type, I growled and dashed off after him, dropping to all fours to make use of the added forward speed. I got ahead and headed for an opening in the gray stone walls. Slight problem, it wasn't an opening. I hit this invisible barrier head-on, a loud bang sounding out from the very solid material. And a crack coming out of my neck as it was wrenched rather violently to the side. I hit the floor, vision blurred as my dazed brain tried to work out what the hell had just attacked me. Then there was laughter, coming from Moron this time. Flame, that's a door. You have to open it first, he laughed, reaching up for a brown thing that jutted out of the invisible barrier, and way out of my reach, and Squirtle helped me to the side as the human pulled. I stared as there was a click, then a glint as sunlight bounced off of the barrier that swung open. Moron glanced back at me, the look in his eyes causing me to snarl. Then he stepped through the opening and held onto the barrier, Squirtle releasing his hold on my shoulders to head after the human. I stared silently for a few seconds before slowly heading after them, glancing out of the corner of my eye at the confounded wall demon. Mark my words, you will pay for that, I growled under my breath, the barrier glinting slightly from the light. I growled louder, the DMN thing was mocking me. And I was not one who would take being mocked. Squirtle grabbed a hold of my shoulders and started pulling me away before I could lash out with fire and claws. Come on, Flame. There's some apples up on the counter and I'm starved. A loud rumble in my stomach agreed with the blue idiot, and so I allowed myself to be led away. I hadn't had breakfast, so revenge could wait. I'll be back, wall demon. I vowed as I went, until the smell that confirmed the location of the fruit reached my nose and all my attention snapped to the more important matter at paw. Namely, snack time. Episode 4, Asphyxiation, Redux. The building we had entered as a public rest house, which was essentially a place that people heading into or out of the forest could catch their breath and get ready for the next leg of the tip. Pretty self-explanatory, you could have figured that much out from the name of the place without me having to explain it. Well, most of you could. Anyway, me and Squirtle had found our way onto a counter that was fireproof, so I couldn't accidentally burn the place down. Shame, would have been good for a laugh, and it'd have taken out that DMN demon wall, and had dragged over a large bowl full of apples. Or, at least, it had been full of them before we got to it. As for Moron, who really cares what that idiot was up to? I had more important things to do than pay attention to the stupid brat. So, how'd you like them apples? Squirtle asked, which was a stupid question considering that I'd downed 3 and was most of the way through a 4th. Ripe, plump and juicy as the rich taste filled my mouth, and eventually my stomach, with fruity goodness. The thought of such perfection is making my mouth water, so I'll stop. MHHPH, I shrugged a reply, swallowing the mouthful, and took one last bite before throwing the apple core at the water type's head. He ducked and the apple core spun through the air before it impacted, with a satisfying squelch, right on the back of Moron's head and knocked his hat off. I'd managed to get the apple core across the entire lobby, which happened to be around twice the size of my clearing. Shame that most of the force had gone by the time it struck, so the core didn't splatter on impact and coat the RETD's spiky black hair. Which SCKED, really? Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked by the mental image of him trying to get sticky apple juice out of that hair of his. Back to the story at hand, said Human spun around and gave me the most evil glare he could muster, which was pretty pathetic. I countered his glare with a very toothy smirk, followed by a small plume of smoke. You want to pick a fight, Human? I spoke up, my tone of voice getting the message across even though he wouldn't understand the words themselves. You do realize that you'll be killed if you try to murder a human, even if it is Moron, Squirtle piped up. I turned my head to stare at him. I thought you said his name wasn't Moron, so why were you calling him it? I asked. The name fits, I guess, he shrugged back, before sighing as he stared over at Moron before getting to his feet and hopping off the counter. Time to go. To adventure. Screw you, I want a nap, I replied, laying on my back and staring up at the ceiling. There was these small orbs attached to it, called light bulbs, which was pretty self-explanatory, although I had to wonder how they managed to grow them. The glowing was almost mesmerizing. Just as I was about to doze off, something wrapped around my middle and I snapped back to attention just in time to be lifted into the air. I stared, having to look up, at Moron's face as he smirked down at me. That .git had gone and picked me up. We're going and you are coming with us, got that? He asked, and I squirmed against the feel of his hands on my stomach. No one picked me up, especially not some self-righteous human brat. And so I did what I did best, I sank my claws into his wrists. While I didn't have enough leverage or momentum to pierce the flesh, human skin is surprisingly strong, I'll tell you that much. Not as strong as scales though, and nowhere near strong enough to stop me. The sudden pressure did make him wince and his fingers opened up. I was about to fall when I snapped my head to the side and opened my jaws. I slammed my mouth shut as I was about to fall past his arm, and my body jerked to a halt, my neck hurting a little from the sudden stop as I hung from Moron's limb. Attached to the human via teeth, perfect. At least my teeth weren't long enough to pierce the jacket and shirt underneath, or I'd probably have been choking on the blood. They did, however, prick the skin, and that definitely shocked the hell out of him. How do I know this? Well, the fact that he started yelling and waving his arm around like a tard as he attempted to dislodge me were pretty big clues. Unfortunately, for him, my jaws were stronger than that and I held on tight. I was aware of Squirtle laughing his merry tail off somewhere below me, and even the few other humans around seemed to be finding it funny. I wasn't seeing the funny side, being shaken around like a cocktail. You do not want to know how I know what a cocktail is. It's a long and frankly rather boring story that ended with headaches all around. Eventually he stopped flailing and I unhooked my teeth from his arm before landing perfectly back on the counter. I gave another toothy smirk at the glare that Moron was giving me as he clutched the arm. I even stuck out my tongue, for good measure. Fine, be that way, he grumbled, folding his arms. I will. I folded mine too, scowling slightly. We're done then. Good. Now I was smirking slightly. Stay here if you want, bingo, I thought with an even bigger smirk, one that vanished. Moron added, surrounded by walls. DMN that moron. I thought a few minutes later as I found myself standing on the grass outside, rubbing my sore nose from where the wall demon had attacked again. He'd pulled the trump card, my distrust of humans and especially those invisible walls, so I had no choice but to follow him outside. It didn't help that we were now in a large open plain, covered in grass with massive oaks growing here and there and providing vital shade to the various living things. However, most of those living things were human and I felt a little nervous at being surrounded by so many. Can't exactly blame me, one of the buggers had caused enough trouble, so I didn't exactly want to find out how much grief that all those could cause. Squirtle, however, was taking the whole thing in his stride as he dragged me along after the marching Moron. Calm down a little, he advised, you're too jumpy. No, I'm not. I would just like to point out that lying is not one of my strong points. Being on my own for so long meant that I hadn't gotten any practice in it all. So, naturally, the water type saw straight through that fib and frowned. Ack. What's that? He said loudly, suddenly looking worried and pointing behind me, and I spun around to where he was pointing with a fireball ready to go. There was nothing there. See, you're jumpy, Squirtle said as I turned back, panting slightly. You are an arse, I swore, which didn't happen that often back then, but humans did have this amazing habit of unlocking a torrent of verbal abuse. Really? I thought my shell hit it, Squirtle chuckled slightly, just calm down a little. You'll attract attention to yourself if you keep on being terrified. I'm not scared of them. That's the most red dead thing I have ever heard, I'm just slightly uncomfortable, I insisted. They are not that bad, most trainers are fairly decent and all the nasty ones wouldn't hang around here for very long. I oughta know, I've seen a fair few of them as I was growing up back in Pallet. You grew up around humans? Yeah. There were a load of us, I was the one who figured out how human stuff worked so the others could break it or whatever. Nothing quite like reprogramming the VCR to record hour after hour of the shopping channel. That I am really looking forward to when I can leave. I'm going to kill you before I go. I meant it too, that guy was way too weird. I didn't have a clue what he was talking about, but it sounded stupid. Nice to know that I'm appreciated, he smirked again, before stopping and staring over at Moron. Oh, hello. Looks like we'll have some fun now. I glanced over, instantly noticing that another human had walked over and the two were now in some sort of conversation. The newcomer was female, according to Squirtle. She seemed to be a bit smarter than Moron, simply because her clothing didn't look quite so Red Dead. Sturdy-looking, bluish trousers that I would later learn were called jeans. A nice light brown jacket, it was the color of sand. She had a fairly tall, yet sturdy, build. Topping it all off was some fairly tidy, shoulder-length, brown hair complemented by bright blue eyes. Nothing fancy or unpractical like those stupid rings that people stick in their ear, only for someone to pull it out during a fight. So, overall, not a bad specimen. I'd seen a lot worse, that much was for sure. One of these bad examples of humanity was the git in front of me that we all know as Moron. My attention snapped to what they were saying when a certain word popped up. The girl had just said battle and I wanted to start laughing, instead I turned to Squirtle. She's gonna flatten Moron in one punch. This'll be good for a laugh, I smirked, my smirk vanished when he shook his head. Although that'd be funny, they're not going to be the ones battling. What the hell is that supposed to dash? I stopped in mid-question as I spotted the girl reaching for a pair of pokeballs at her belt. You have got to be kidding me. No way. Moron just turned around and walked away, causing me to breathe a sigh of relief. There was no chance in hell that I was just going to fight for that brat. Squirtle headed along after with me tagging along behind. I almost plowed into the turtle when both he and the human stopped and turned back. We'd only gone a few meters. Why'd we stop? I asked, confused at this random moving and stopping thing. Room to battle. Squirtle was suddenly looking very serious. I didn't like it one bit, and I wasn't exactly fond of him when he wasn't serious. I already told you, I'm not fighting. I crossed my arms, sneaking a glance back at the human girl as she threw the two pokeballs to the ground. Suddenly, my whole reluctance to get involved in this scrap vanished in an instant as two Pokemon materialized. One, a small and fairly weedy-looking weed, I ignored as my eyes narrowed and locked onto the second Pokemon. A familiar sight to me, a yellow rat. Pikachu. Small, furry, and a pain in the tail ever since I'd started living in Viridian, I hated those stuck-up gits with what could only be described as slight discontent. Okay, I made it a habit to set them on fire whenever I got the chance. Usually as revenge for when the rats had woken me up in the middle of the night via a jolt of electricity. Although sometimes I just did it for the sheer hell of it, it was good for a laugh. Great, I've got a type disadvantage against both of them, Squirtle sighed. Our best bet is if you take down the Bellsprout while I keep the Pikachu busy until we can both gang up on it. Bellsprout? The weed thing. It looks Red Dead. And I don't mean as an appearance. It was just standing there and waving slightly in the breeze. And staring, while sap oozed out of what looked to be its mouth. It doesn't have to be smart to follow its trainer's orders, she looks smart. Unlike ours, best to ignore him. I was going to do that anyway, I shrugged as I locked my eyes on the weed in front of me. Both humans yelled out, "Go," at the same time, so I took that as the signal to start and fired off a quick fireball. The weed flopped to the floor, the small stalk that held it up just seemed to bend and refuse to take its weight, and the fireball sailed over it. I growled, right up until I heard shouting from nearby. Just get close and blast it. Squirtle was yelling as he grappled with the Pikachu, who shoved him back and forced him to dive to the left in order to avoid being shocked. Fine by me, I muttered to myself as I turned back to the Bellsprout thing before I charged. And straight into what the girl called a vine whip. One of the arms suddenly lashed out as I was only around half a meter away and caught me across the chest. I skidded to a halt, that had stung, and quickly glanced down to make sure there was no serious injury. There was no injury at all, my scales had shrugged off the worst of the blow. So, I returned my gaze to the Bellsprout and glared at it as hard as I could. Unfortunately, it was too Red Dead to faint at my awesome display of anger. So I went with Plan C, dropping Plan B and its fireball usage altogether as I flexed my claws. It lashed out again and I stopped the whip with my forearm, not even wincing at the stinging sensation as I used that moment to get closer and lashed out with a swipe of my own. I struck, my paw slamming into the side of its stalk. One problem, it was bendy enough to simply roll with the blow without taking any real damage. My momentum forced me to keep going and I skidded to a halt on the other side of it, trying to figure out what had just happened, when its vines came back for another go. This time, they didn't bother with a whip and just wrapped around my throat. My eyes widened as the pressure rapidly increased and I suddenly found it impossible to breathe. The vines were too small for my claws to grasp and pull off, they hid in the small crevices between my scales. And I couldn't use my fire breath even if I could hit them with it. So I was helpless as it became harder to stay standing and the sounds of fighting from the Pikachu and Squirtle suddenly seemed so far away. Episode 5, Last Reptile Standing, Redux. I felt like shouting and swearing at the Bellsprout but the fact that I was suffocating made that impossible. So I did the next best thing and slowly moved my tail so that it was underneath the vine that was choking me. As my vision started to blur and my legs became heavy, I managed to flare up my tail flame and the Bellsprout's grip pulled away enough to me to slip my claws under the vines and rip them off of my throat. I was stuck on all fours for a few seconds, having to catch my breath, but the moment that I had recovered enough to stand upright then I turned on the Bellsprout. It yanked its vines out of my paws at the order of its trainer before lashing out again. I raised a paw to my throat, preventing it from being able to wrap around and choke me again. Those few seconds were enough time for me to get another fireball ready, but I ended up accidentally swallowing it back down as something brown and blue smashed into the weed. Squirtle was crushing the plant underneath him, which I found slightly amusing. On top of that, he was definitely unconscious. The main clues to that revelation were the facts that he was drooling, twitching, and the fact that he didn't care when an electrical attack came out of nowhere and belted the water type. There was a bit more twitching, this time the Bellsprout joined in, before both Pokémon lay still. Twin beams of red shot forth, one from each human, and SCKED up their respective Pokémon. Which left just two Pokémon standing, just plain ol' me and the Pikachu. I smirked to myself as I slowly turned to face it. I knew that it couldn't keep up the electrical attacks for long, whereas I could keep blasting away with fireballs for hours if I had to. And it didn't have claws, I did. In other words, I had an advantage in terms of damage. On the other paw, I knew that Pikachu were buggers to actually hit. They were a lot more agile than I was. But there was always a way around that, namely setting fire to the ground so that it runs out of places to run. Of course, just as I was about to put that plan into action, things went horribly wrong. The Pikachu's trainer yelled out an order, one that the rat Pokémon obeyed without thought. I barely had time to register what the girl human had yelled out before the Pikachu rammed into me and I went sprawling over the ground. Face first in the dirt, fantastic, please note, sarcasm. I'm a very sarcastic person, if you couldn't tell. Quick attack, let's see you keep up with that. The Pikachu boasted as I slowly pushed myself back up. I frowned to myself, the voice it used told it was a female, they were the worst ones, loud, generally insulting and just plain messed up in the head. Not like us noble fire types, we just rip your head clean off instead of insulting and yelling at first. Just what I needed, another self-centered brat, I growled, loud enough that the Pikachu would barely be able to hear. It got a reaction, her cheeks were sparking with what I presumed was rage. Hell, I didn't know, those things would throw out sparks for anything. I only knew for sure that I had hit a mark after it hit me again, this time with a fairly nasty slap. I took a step back, rubbing my cheek scales with one paw and ducking under a second slap before getting way out of range of those paws. That had hurt, slightly. Not much, but it did sting a little. Well, it stung enough to warrant me sending a fireball straight into the Pikachu's face. Like I needed a reason, although she did have it coming, which she managed to dive clear of, I found her lack of manners rather insulting. And so a contest of dodging and blasting started off between the two of us. Her with Thundershock and me with my good old-fashioned fireballs. Not one of those official moves that I'm supposed to have, but they had a much better range than the puny Ember attack that moron kept wanting me to use. Yes, fire breath is powerful, but the range is cruddy and I can't keep it up for very long. Plus it's pretty knackering. A snapshot with a fireball is not something the Pikachu found out when it had to leap over one to avoid another two that I'd fired the second after. Pika, hit it with a tail whip. The human girl yelled out. I had to PP an ice scale at that order, the name too. Yeesh, and I thought that moron was unoriginal. I would later learn that it was humanity as a whole that was the problem. Still, what was worse was that the Pikachu actually listened to that order and spun around, looking to smack me with it. I preempted her and caught her tail in mid-swing. The stupidly shaped thing was caught firmly in my claws, yet the Pikachu laughed. Then it hit me, it being a fair chunk of electricity that came straight down the tail I was holding and through my entire being. I would have let go, but my paws were refusing to listen to my commands and clenched tighter. The only reason the shocking stopped at all was because the yellow rat had to stop and catch her breath. I managed to get my pulsing muscles to listen to me again, dropping the thunderbolt-shaped tail before spinning around and smacking her between the eyes with my own. See how you like it, I growled as I held the tail flame to her forehead, watching and smelling the burnt fur. I had to stop too, eventually, after she tried to belt me again and I was forced to leap back or take the thundershock. You are going down, lizard boy, she snarled in reply. Step over here and say that, rat face, I countered with a smirk. There went the cheek sparking again, so predictable. You think you can take me? Any further banter was stopped by a loud and eerily familiar squawk coming from far above and the Pikachu looked up. I didn't, I was too busy darting forwards. She looked down just in time to get a nice punch straight on the snout. Oh, nice one, came some rare praise from the voice in the back of my mind as I followed up the punch with a nice and firm grip on both of her ears and yanked the rodent into the air. She swung there, howling slightly as her trainer yelled out an order that I couldn't hear over the DMN screaming. I figured it out though, using my amazing deduction prowess once more. Yeah, she started electrocuting me again. And this time it was really hurting, the repeated abuse of the day was starting to take its toll on me. Yet there was no way in hell that I was going to let her go without a goodbye present, so I fought my way through the endless mass of pain and slammed my forehead onto hers. There was a crack, she hit the floor. Who? I kicked your tail. I muttered, staggering slightly as my legs suddenly decided to feel out of sync. Then they decided to not feel anything and just collapsed, taking me with them. A few seconds before I blacked out, I was aware that the Pikachu was out cold as well. I'd taught her a valuable lesson, never underestimate a Charmander's headbutt. We have very solid skulls. Oh boy, are you going to have one hell of a surprise when you wake up, the voice in my head said, just as I slipped into unconsciousness. I didn't even have time to wonder what that was supposed to mean. Episode 6, Central Mishap, Redux. Yow, I murmured as I finally opened my eyes, rapidly shutting them against the piercing light that felt like it was stabbing my brain. It was not something you wanted to wake up to with a headache. What the hell did I eat last night? I thought as I finally felt well enough to handle the light and opened my eyes again. It took a few seconds for my vision to focus, but, when it did, I found myself staring up at a hideous white ceiling that just had to belong to a human building. No Pokemon, ever, would put up with a white like that. Even if you were stupid enough to live in a chalk cave, you tended to cover the walls in dirt or something to darken the place up. White just made your home easier to spot, which made you an easy target for every single nasty out there. Like snakes. There was some sort of fabric underneath me, which was surprising considering how flammable most human stuff was. My tail was resting on it, the fire happily flickering away, and nothing caught alight. Traitorous fire. The bed sheet is fireproof, you idiot. Oh good, you're still around, I muttered, practically using sarcasm. There was me hoping that being knocked out would kill you. No such luck. Anyway, the room is Ward 6B of the Pokemon Center in Pewter City. So you essentially saved yourself an hour's walk by having the crap kicked out of you. Hey. I didn't get the crap kicked out of me. I won, remember? You keep telling yourself that. I want a new voice, one that isn't so much of a prat. Well, you're stuck with me. Now that I think about it, I should probably explain about Mr. High and Mighty Voice here. It was a rather recent development, around a year or so before Moron had blundered his way through Viridian Forest. I suppose it kept me company whenever I got bored of torching the yellow rats that constantly tried to wind me up. And, talking about annoying yellow rats. Why the hell did they put you in the same room as the one you were fighting? Why the hell would I know? I paused for a second, running over the options. I say we kill her and make our escape. I say that is a stupid idea. Killing her would have the Pokemon control unit after your blood. And they'd take every last drop of it too. How do you know this crap? There was no answer, so I sighed before continuing. So, then we just beat her up a little more instead of killing her. I'm sure the dim-witted humans won't notice a few more bruises. Which would be a good idea, if she wasn't waking up. I want it noted that it was you yapping so DMN loudly that is to blame for this. Okay. Escape route. Window. I paused, wondering what the hell the voice was on about. There was a mental sigh. The hole in the wall just above you, it's open. Your call, stay and fight, probably dooming yourself to further servitude to that human, or make the leap for freedom. I didn't even bother to think about it, freedom was the magic word after all. I spun around, eyes instantly locking onto the part of the wall that revealed the outside world, as I shot forwards. My claws, blunt as they were more than a match for the crappy walls, gouging holds that allowed me to climb my way up to the window. The sound of movement from the other bed was more pronounced now, the Pikachu was definitely waking up. Knew I should have blasted her before doing this. I thought to myself as I hauled myself up onto what that all-knowing inner voice of mine called a windowsill. What the hell are you doing? There was the yell from down below. Well, no going back now. I squeezed through the opening, amazed that it didn't turn out to be a demon wall. Then I stopped, feeling the afternoon sun beating against my scales as I spotted just how far away the floor was. Holy Mother of Mew. Let's leave her out of this, okay? You might tick off the wrong person if you keep bringing up their mother. Oh good, annoying voice was back. Look, you just go down the drainpipe to your left. Easy enough. I looked to the left. Didn't see anything bar more wall. Other left. The voice half yelled, half sighed at me. Okay, what seemed to be some sort of fake tree, made out of a tacky black, humans, black and white. That's all they seemed to be able to manage, material, leading from the roof to the floor. Easy, I went for the pipeline, even if the voices coming from the room behind me had gotten louder. Then I paused for half a second. Voices? As in more than one. Then human hands grabbed me around the waist and yanked me back inside. I ended up facing the moron. Don't do that again, he said, slowly and patronizing. I rewarded him for it, and grabbing me, by locking my jaws around his wrist. It took him less time to stop screaming, "Get it off," and to actually succeed in getting my teeth out of his arm, solely because the female human was helping out, after having a good old giggle as I was shaken around, attached to the human only by the physical sense. So, once I'd been levered off of Moron, and deftly landed on my paws, the scowling human reached for one of those ball things. I bared all my, rather pointy, teeth and just reaffirmed my pure resentment of going into that DMN device. Well, it wasn't the device itself that really bugged me, more the freaky sensation that was given when you were pulled into or back out of the thing. You should see a great balls pull, it's worse. Then you get ultras that are stronger still. Masters are said to be even stronger. I really wouldn't want to be in one of those. What the hell is with you? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The Pikachu brought her muzzle right in front of mine, invading my breathing air. Oh good, all I need, a yellow rat acting all uppity. She growled. I could have sworn that I had said that in my head. Guess not. Well, only one way to salvage the situation now. So I let loose a toothy smirk, right before unleashing a wisp of thick black smoke straight into her staring eyes. While she was blinded, another of my headbutts put her out for the count. Again. Then I was hauled into the air once more, about to sink my teeth into the stubborn human flesh when I was aware of the fact that the hold was slightly less rough. And one-handed, the other actually patting my head. "See, you just need to be gentle," the girl was saying. Right until I jabbed her in the wrist with my claws, and then the Pikachu electrocuted me, before the human let me go. So, one frizzy-haired female human and one more headbutt for the Pikachu. I ended up being dragged behind that DMN turtle again, as he tried to keep up with Moron, who was still laughing at the Joanne person thing. "We're going to the gym," the turtle was exclaiming, sounding way too happy for my liking. "What the hell is a gym?" "You'll see when we get there." "Ugh, if there is one thing I hate more than irritating yellow rats, it's cryptic turtles." "That I hate you." "I love you too," was the sarcastic reply. "No, I really do hate you. Here, I'll prove it." He turned right into the punch that sent him crashing to the floor. Episode 7, Pika. The Pikachu came over and decided it would be a good idea to threaten me. Is it really wise to annoy someone who can set you on fire without so much as thinking about the consequences? Wow, big word. See, even we forest Pokemon have smarts. The rodent kept going on about how I was to stay away from her human. Like I'd want to get close to one. The thing finally shut up when I yawned and went to see what Squirtle was doing. Rude maybe, but effective. My conscience told me I should apologize, but I told it to shut up with a few mental curses, which it dutifully replied. I have a very abusive conscience, probably explains my mentality. Anyway, the Pikachu ran in front of me and actually apologized herself. That was one heck of a shock. Which I showed by being unable to reply for a good minute or so. Eventually I snapped out of my stupor and told her I forgave her. I have no idea why, and I probably never will. I remember thinking that maybe she wasn't as bad as I had thought. "I guess I was just angry about you being able to beat me, that's never happened before," the Pikachu explained. I tried my hardest not to laugh, failing horribly. After she glared me out of my laughing fit, which had attracted the attention of the two humans, I decided to reply with the truth. "I didn't beat you, I passed out too. Which is a first for me. Call it a draw and we'll have a rematch sometime, no stupid weed thing to fold things up," I grinned. The Pikachu did the same, which was kind of creepy. "Bellsprout? Oh, he's harmless. Very dim." She giggled, which turned into full-blown guffaws after I told her that the thing had nearly choked me to death. The whole thing did seem a bit funny. "Well, looks like Joanne and your trainer will be traveling together, guess we're stuck with each other," the Pikachu said, a bit too nicely for someone who I had given a few large bruises to. That made me a little suspicious. I decided I'd have a word with Squirtle later and warn him. "Joanne must be a bit dim, if she wants to team up with Moron," I said, making her do that annoying giggle again. It was starting to give me an earache. "The name's Pika," she said, holding her paw out. "I currently go by the, ever so crap, name of Flame." "Moron came up with it," I replied, taking her paw and shaking it vigorously, although I was still suspicious of the Pikachu and her intentions. Episode 8, We Nearly Have a Plot. As we left the center, I found myself in the center of a human settlement. The thought was scary, but I paid it no heed. I heard Moron mention something about a gym. I really had to start paying attention to what they were saying, or I'd end up relying on Squirtle to translate their psychobabble. Fortunately, Pika was walking alongside me and noticed my confused and borderline homicidal expression. She sighed slightly before explaining, "A gym is where trainers battle a leader to get badges to show their battle skills." Seemed simple enough, so I nodded and looked around to get my bearings. A fair way behind the Pokemon Center there was a field of what I recognized as pewter daisies. "Hey, stop complaining, you got the human name. Count yourself lucky, the Pokemon one contains a few of what you would call rude words. Humans have some weird hobbies." Anyway, back on topic, to our right was a large pathway that led into a canyon. Far off into the distance, I could see a large mountain with its peak lost in the clouds. Not bad, I said to myself. I heard the distinct sound of Squirtle laughing from behind me. I could tell that he is laughing at me, so I spun round and faced him. What's so DMN funny? I growled, which caused even more laughing. Even Pika gave a small chuckle. It was a good thing that my scales couldn't change color, or my cheeks would be bright red. You just admitted that humans were not bad. So much for the "I hate all humans" thing, Flame, Squirtle managed to say before falling on his front and laughing his blue head off. Needless to say, my temper was boiling. I tried to keep calm, but my conscience told me to let it out, but in a subtle way. So naturally, I listened. I slowly reached down and picked up a fairly hefty-looking rock. One, not too subtle, thump later, and Squirtle was no longer laughing, instead nursing a large lump on his forehead. Moron, as usual, wasn't paying attention to what we were doing, so I let out what was left of my suppressed rage by lobbing my rock at the back of his head. Fortunately, for him this time, my throwing arm wasn't too good and the rock sailed past his ear. He let out a yell that sounded suspiciously similar to a Pidgey slamming into a tree at high speeds. Pike was cracking up laughing while Moron tried his hardest to keep calm and not throw a temper tantrum. Even Perfume looked amused, although I got the impression that her amusement was directed at me. Moron finally got himself back under control and glared at me for a few minutes. It was a staring contest that I was determined to win. Unfortunately, Squirtle chose that moment to run screaming in the direction of a large building with a red sign on it. I think he did it to diffuse the situation, but I cannot be certain. Water Pokemon work in strange ways. Moron turned back and ran after Squirtle, shooting back a parting glare which I returned with one of my extra toothy grins and a wave. Pike got her laughter under control just before it made me start foaming at the mouth. Perfume grinned at both of us. Off to the gym we go then, she said before following in Moron's tracks. Episode 9, Gym Numero Uno. The inside of the gym was more impressive than the outside. It looked as though someone had taken a cave and moved it here. Boulders and stalagmites were everywhere. Moron gave his challenge to a tougher and older-looking trainer. I didn't catch his name. Lights blasted on, illuminating white lines that marked out an arena. The gym leader ran over the rules of the match. Pokemon were disqualified if they are either unable to continue the battle or leave marked arena. I grinned. The arena was huge, so there wasn't much chance of the second one affecting me. Moron and the gym leader took their places at opposite ends of the arena and the battle began. The gym leader started off with what looked like a floating boulder with arms. "Go Geodude," he called, giving me the stupid thing's name. What kind of name is Geodude? It's almost worse than Flame on the moronic scale. Moron decided to leave me in reserve and start off with Squirtle. A wise move, even though I didn't want to get left out of the scrap. Rocks don't get affected by my fireballs. The Geodude dropped to the floor and began rolling towards Squirtle, rapidly gaining speed as it did so. Moments before impact, Squirtle dodged and began shooting blasts of water at the ground around him. I wondered what the heck he was up to while hoping that, whatever his plan was, it worked. The Geodude came back, still using the move that its trainer called Rollout, and was forced to slow down when it encountered the bog that Squirtle had pretty much created. Squirtle took the opening, grabbing the Geodude's arms and throwing him out of the arena. Round 1 to us. Out came another Geodude. This one looked a fair bit stronger than the other one and not as stupid either. Squirtle looked a little worried, but stood his ground as everyone on our side cheered him on. He made his way across his bog and onto open ground, realizing that his trick wouldn't work twice. This time, he went for the more direct approach. Soaking the Geodude with as much water as he could churn out, not allowing it to charge. Worked fine until the Geodude picked up a boulder and lobbed it into the air, forcing Squirtle to stop his attack in order to get out of the way. That one moment of weakness proved to be disastrous as the Geodude swiftly slammed into Squirtle and sent him flying, straight into a very large stalagmite head first. Moron recalled the dazed Squirtle and looked at me. I swore mentally as I knew what was coming. You're up. Great, now I had to go into a suicidal battle since my pride wouldn't let me back down. Stupid pride, I hate you. I hate you too, my brain replied. Episode 10, Snake Phobia. Me and the Geodude had a stare down, the kind before any good scrap. I realized I didn't have any sort of plan, so I was going to have to improvise. I made the first move, which was nothing more than a good old middle claw salute. Just to get things started. What? I didn't know what else to do and I might as well make my death an offensive one, it seemed to have more effect than a fireball would have. If the Geodude had any veins, they would have stood out. I could almost feel its anger from where I stood. It went straight into another rollout so, me being me, I stood my ground as it bared down upon me. Moron was yelling something at me but I was too focused on the oncoming Pokemon to pay any attention. That and whatever orders he'd give me would probably be crap and get me killed, although my brain's idea was not much better. I legged it to the left, feeling the blast of air as the Geodude shot past me. It couldn't turn very well at the speed it was going, giving me a small advantage. I also realized that it probably couldn't see very much as was only able to attack me because of my bright orange scales, so I dashed over to the bog that Squirtle had created and covered myself in muck in order to give myself a little more camouflage. Although the fact I had a fire burning on my tail, probably didn't help me to blend in. I heard it come to a stop, not that far away. My instincts told me to dive to the side, which I did, allowing me to avoid a boulder that was lobbed in my direction. 1 survival instance, nil Geodude. 2 can play at this game, I thought to myself as I picked up a fair-sized rock and bunged it at the Geodude, which bounced off and did bugger all. The Geodude started to laugh at me but, while it did so, I took the time out to sneak a glance at Squirtle and saw that he was conscious again and cheering me on from the sidelines. The fact he was okay sent shivers of relief down my spine. What? I can care for my friends if I want to. So, with that off my mind I could focus fully on kicking the floating rocks but. Not literally, that'd break my foot, I dropped to all fours and charged straight for the Geodude. I caught it off guard and clamped my jaw over one of its arms before using my momentum to swing it round as fast as I could. I kept building up speed before letting it go, and sending it straight into a stalagmite. But, instead of the sickening crunch when Squirtle hit one, it smashed straight through and kept going until slamming into the gym's wall which happened to be situated a few meters out of the arena. Not only was it out of the arena, but the Geodude was actually unconscious. The gym leader laughed a little, unnerving me slightly, as he took out another Pokeball. How many of these things does he have? I asked myself, getting a little ticked off. However, instead of calling out Geodude as he threw the ball, he called out Onix. I found myself looking up at a huge snake, literally made out of boulders. Each boulder was bigger than me. A lot bigger. To be honest, I was scared half to death. I always had a fear of snakes ever since I got attacked by Aikens when I was only a few weeks old. Admittedly, I shouldn't have breathed fire on its tail in the first place but that's not the point. Episode 11, Death Wish Denied. Now, as I have already established, I don't like snakes and this one was about 30 times my size. Unfortunately, usually for me, I tend to make wisecracks whenever I get scared. What the heck do they feed you? I blurted out. Although I made a good point, how much food would that thing need? I doubt you could carry the amount needed for a light snack, let alone a full day. The Onix didn't seem to realize that I had hinted at its weight, so my wisecrack instinct kicked in again. Is your brain made of rock too, dipstick? I practically yelled at it. This time it figured out I had insulted it, and swung its tail at me. Now, the tail is made of rock and hit me very hard. I was pretty sure that it had broken a few of my ribs, since it hurt like hell to get back up. I made a mental note not to insult things that weigh 50 times more than me, and to kill moron if I ever got out of that arena alive. The Onix wrapped its tail around a stalagmite and ripped it out of the ground and hurling it in my direction. I spotted the pointy end zooming straight for me and I was too injured to get out of the way. I closed my eyes and waited for the inevitable, but it never came. A strange tingling sensation washed over me and I felt myself being pulled from the battle into one of those pokeball contraptions. I sat in a simulated meadow and almost thanked Moron for that timely intervention, even though he got me into the mess. So I decided not to kill him, just put him in about the same amount of pain as I was going through. I begged my brain to let me pass out, and it dutifully obliged. I woke up, on what I swear was the exact same bed in the Pokemon Center I had been in before. Squirtle was at the other end of the bed, covered in bandages but seemed to be okay. I slowly got to my feet, surprised that the pain in my ribs had shrunk to a small throb. Unfortunately, I was very dizzy and proceeded to fall flat on my face. Luckily the bed was squishy, so it didn't hurt. It was also fireproof, unlike most human beds. The sudden moment, and the fact I may have cried out a little when I fell over, caused Squirtle to snap out of his doze. One of his eyes was bloodshot as it gazed into my own. "About time you woke up," he said, yawning slightly. "You've been out cold for about a day now. Nurse Joy managed to patch up your ribs." Well, that explained why my limbs didn't seem to want to move, but it didn't explain everything. "What happened back there?" I managed to croak. "I hadn't had any water in about a day. Can you blame my voice for going?" "The Onyx beat the living crap out of you," Squirtle said. "Wise ass. I think I gathered that much. I meant what happened afterwards. You didn't seem that injured when I was fighting." "Oh, that was easy. After you were pulled out, I got sent back into the fight. The Onyx tried to do the same thing it did to you on me, but my shell is a little harder to crack than your puny ribs. Needless to say, I won." Well, that filled a few gaps in my memory. Although there was still one thing I had to ask. "Where's Moron?" "I didn't think you cared about him," Squirtle laughed. "I don't. I want to set his stupid flipping head on fire for sending me on a suicide run," I growled. Squirtle laughed, before realizing that I was serious. "I don't make idle threats, unless I've had too many oran berries. In which case, I'm not in any state to carry them out anyway." Episode 12, Morose Moron. For several minutes, there was nothing but uncomfortable silence. It was finally broken by someone knocking on the wall. "Demon. Moron." My brain screamed at me, so I inhaled as much air as I could to get a nice big fireball to greet him with. Squirtle noticed what I was doing and clamped my jaws shut. "That's Nurse Joy, you idiot. She always knocks before she comes in," he practically yelled at me, while the wall demon opened itself and Nurse Joy did, in fact, step in. She noticed that Squirtle still had hold of my jaw and asked what was going on. Squirtle immediately let go and turned to face her, grinning sheepishly and blushing. For reasons that I have a hunch I do not want to know, I took that opportunity to give him a hard push and send him flying off the bed. Unfortunately, my sense of balance was still a little dodgy and I toppled off after him. Turtles do not make for a soft landing, just thought you might want to know that. Nurse Joy made a sound that a Weedle makes if roasted over an open fire, don't ask, before running over to me and plunking me back on the bed. "You idiot. You're supposed to be resting, not trying to break your ribs again," she scolded. Well, she used a more polite version, but that was the gist of it. A lot more polite gist than if I had phrased it. Moron chose to walk in at that very moment, saving me from further lecturing. He ran over and was about to hug me, when he tripped over Squirtle and fell flat on his face. Nurse Joy tried her hardest not to laugh as she helped him up. I, of course, was laughing my merry head off. Moron got to his feet, with a mild nosebleed where he had hit the bedpost on the way down, and looked over at me. "Well, at least you're awake," he said, while I struggled to get my laughter under control. When it finally died down, I had to wipe a small tear from my eye. I have no idea why it was so funny, but what was even weirder was that I didn't feel the need to torch his face off anymore. Squirtle finally managed to climb back onto the bed, scratching at one of the bandages as he did so. Moron chose this chance to give us both a hug and exclaimed loudly, we got the Boulder badge. When he showed me the badge, all friendliness vanished in an instant. Only to be replaced with murderous rage. He had put me through hell, for a tiny piece of bloody metal. A quick glance at Squirtle told me, he felt the same way. Unfortunately for my temper, Nurse Joy seemed to realize what was coming and quickly pushed Moron out the door before closing it behind her. "Do you want to kill him, or do I get the honors?" Squirtle asked me, his happy exterior gone. "You kill him, but I get first dibs on his stuff," I growled, snorting a puff of smoke as I did so. "Agreed," he said, and we shook paws. An alliance had been formed, Moron was going to pay. Episode 13, Operation Murder. Now the first thing that stood between us and Moron's demise was the wall demon. I wanted to blast it down, but Squirtle insisted we simply opened it quietly so Moron wouldn't hear us coming. When I asked how we'd convince it to open, he laughed and pointed to a handle. "Ah, so that's how it works. I know your weakness now, wall demon," I said mentally, grinning. I noticed that although it was too high up for me to reach, if me and Squirtle combined our heats then we'd be able to open the wall demon easily. I stood up against the door and went down on all fours. I looked over my shoulder to tell Squirtle my plan and found him staring at me. It was kind of unnerving. "Look, I know I have a nice tail, but can you stop looking at it like that?" I asked, wondering what the heck was wrong with Squirtle today. Maybe he'd hit his head or something. "Climb on my shoulders, I'll lift you up so you can reach the demon's handle," I told him, glad when he snapped out of his trance and did what I said. After I had made sure he wouldn't fall off, I rose back up on my hind legs. I had to prop myself up, using my tail, to prevent me from falling backwards from the extra weight. Luckily I have a sturdy tail, thanks to my reptilian body. I wouldn't recommend trying it if you have any other kind of tail. Actually, go ahead. I could always use a laugh. After a few fumbles, and a few encouraging curses from me, Squirtle managed to get hold of the handle and the door swung open. But it swung inwards and knocked me over as it did so, leaving Squirtle hanging for dear life. "I told you those door things are evil." I managed to get back to my feet and told Squirtle to jump, I'd catch him. Naturally, I got out of the way as he jumped. I'm not stupid enough to stand under a falling shell. But, after he got up and stopped whining, Squirtle was okay. So we moved on to Phase 2 of Operation Murder. Squirtle came up with it. I wanted to call it Operation Rip Moron's annoying head off. He said it was too long and it had to be kept simple. We snuck out of our room and found ourselves in a long corridor, with many wall demons leading off into other rooms. I concentrated and managed to dim my tail flame while Squirtle navigated his way to the waiting room. There was no wall demon leading to it, giving us a clear view of Moron sitting on a large red thing that Squirtle called a sofa. What is it with you humans and weird names for things? I was about to let rip with a long-range fireball when Perfume walked into the room. You may have noticed my use of both her names. I call her by her human one when the stinky stuff isn't as strong. In this case, I could smell it from my position in the corridor. Moron got up from his seat and engaged her in a conversation. Now I would have taken my shot anyway, but something prevented me from risking harming her. I guessed it was the stinky perfume stuff and vowed to get rid of it at the earliest opportunity. Episode 14, Friendly Fire. So, as fireballs were out of the question thanks to my conscience, we had to go with Plan B. Which turned out to be, more fireballs. Great. Stupid conscience. I think you're stupid too, it countered. Now, there is nothing more annoying than having a disembodied voice that lives in your head badmouth you. So, I set a potted plant on fire to take that little bit of rage out. Unfortunately, I went a little overboard and the plant was incinerated. Oopsie. Anyway, I decided to ask Squirtle for help. Seeing as his idea wouldn't involve too many fireballs to civilians' faces, I hoped. We pretend we're okay with everything. Perfume won't be around forever, so the moment she leaves Moron then we can ambush him, Squirtle said after a few seconds thought. But that involves me having to be nice, I whined. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to record you being nice. Oh well, I'll have to make do with imprinting the sight of you not going into homicidal rages into my memory. Smug BSTRD. I need homicidal rages, they are like my air. But there was no other option that my conscience would follow, so I had to agree. Bloody conscience. If it didn't have the ability to cause me unlimited mental torture, I'd have ignored it and blasted moron. Note to self, find way to kill conscience. So, should we go back to our room then? I asked, using the thought of extracting moron's kidneys to keep my temper under control. Good idea. Oh, before I forget, we are not taking his kidneys. How did you know I was thinking of that? Call it a hunch, Squirtle said, winking as he did so. Cryptic BSTRD. Wow, you really are using all your insults today, my conscience laughed mentally. Oh, how I wanted to smash some sense into him. So I did. Smashing your head against a brick wall is painful, and stupid. But mainly painful. Squirtle was looking at me funny, and not haha funny either, I can't describe it. It was a cross between confusion and amusement. Maybe with a little bit of fear thrown in for good measure. He stopped after I stared at him for a half-minute or so. Maybe, he's decided you are as sane as you normally are. Although I have my doubts, my conscience voiced its opinion, which I ignored. No use getting into fights with your head, you always lose. Anyway, we both turned back into the corridor and headed to our room. Good thing too, my legs felt like they were about to fall off. I needed a power nap, or 2. Maybe 3. Pratt. Episode 15, There is nothing to fear except scary things. Anyway, we had managed to sneak back to our room and act like we were calm. I think me being calm scared moron more than me being enraged. Which gave me a little satisfaction, but not as much as borrowing his internal organs would have done. A few hours later, we checked out of the Pokemon Center, again. We had visited it way too much for my liking. I was instructed by a Pokemon nurse to take it easy and Squirtle wasn't allowed to battle full stop. Lucky sod. Our group headed out of the town and into a valley that led towards the mountain. Pika was being carried by Perfume, who was busy chatting to Moron. I'm pretty sure he wasn't paying attention to what she was saying. He seemed to be lost in thought and was staring at the ground. I was trudging along as rearguard while Squirtle was inside his Pokeball. It gave me plenty of time to think over what I had lost and what I could very well have gained. I was still a loner at heart, but now I had friends. Although they were ones I tended to hit over the head with rocks, hard. Well, as the town faded from view, I began to hear a rustling noise in the long grass that ran along just the well-worn path that we walked upon. Naturally, I became cautious and slowed my pace a little, which caused me to fall further behind the humans. The noise became louder and it was definitely something moving in the grass. Moving very fast, but I couldn't tell what it was and in what direction it was moving. Those things soon became clear to me when a pink rabbit-like thing burst out of the grass and bowled me over. I climbed to me feet, clutching my sore chest as I turned to look at the rabbit thing. It had skidded to a halt and was crouching down in a SBMSSV position. I snuck a glacé at Moron, who had actually managed to spot the commotion, and gasped when a huge wave of pain burst out of my chest. For a few seconds, I could barely breathe before the pain faded into a tingling sensation. I looked down at my chest and spot 10 some green liquid seeped out of a small cut that had appeared there. Poison, I realized. I had been on the receiving end of it a few times before, but Weedle poison was nowhere near as effective as what was now coursing through my body. I looked up at the rabbit, which grinned and ran past me, straight back into the undergrowth. I turned and was about to blast the grass with a wave of fire when the pain returned again, this time worse. It was so bad that I fell to my knees and nearly cried out. My vision began to blur over as the pain faded again. The Pokemon that attacked me had managed to practically disable me in one attack. That fact made me feel even worse. My head swam and I could barely hear Moron's footsteps. I knew they would be heading towards me, but they seemed to be getting quieter as if he was going the other way. It felt as though something was forcibly detaching me from my body, and the last thing I saw before passing out was a vivid purple blur shooting towards me. It wasn't the rabbit thing, but a much brighter hue. But something about it triggered a memory in my subconscious, a memory I didn't have time to completely recall but still had enough time to recognize the color. Eakin's purple. It was a snake, one of my greatest fears. Ah crap. Episode 16, Guardian Serpent. I opened my eyes and waited for my vision to focus itself. I couldn't remember what had happened, although my subconscious soon fixed that. I tried to swear as I remembered the attack, but my tongue didn't want to move. I think it was swollen. A quick check proved that my arms and legs were immobile as well, although they didn't seem to have swelled up. Ah, you's awake at last, I see, a dry voice hissed from behind me. The bizarre wording confused me momentarily, although I soon realized what was going on when the hissing continued. There was a snake right behind me. I wanted to yell as loud as I could, for intimidation purposes, of course. I wasn't afraid. Nope. Not me, but my mouth and voice box still didn't want to work properly, so all I managed was a small whimper. Not the most intimidating of things. There is no need to be scared, young Charmander, the purple snake said as it slithered round in front of me, giving me my first proper look at it. The Eakin's scales had been dulled with age and one of its eyes was milky white as though it no longer worked properly. I was looking at a very old Eakin's. Great, a snake with brains. You must be wondering why you are still alive, the elder Eakin said. Admittedly, that thought had crossed my mind. But I was more concerned with how long I would stay alive. I found some berries, whose juice counteracts the poison you were suffering from, and forced some down your throat while I pulped the remaining berries and spread that over your wound. Unfortunately, the juice does cause swelling, but that should go down soon. The paralysis was just something I did to stop you panicking or overreacting. But better unable to move than dead, right? Okay, now I was confused. I had heard about berries that cure poison, but they were supposed to be nearly impossible to find. Plus, for a Eakin's, I was effectively easy prey. Why didn't the snake eat me? Why did it use rare berries to save my life? None of it added up. You are wondering why I saved you, yes. You show your thoughts in your eyes, it laughed, the hissing chuckles didn't do much to help my nerves. The snake noticed my edginess and stopped, with a small apology he continued. I'm getting old, can barely catch my own food. My time is getting nearer, I want people to be sorry I died. That involves helping them. You remember the Pokemon that attacked you? Well, that one is part of a large group that have been going around attacking or terrorizing everyone. I definitely remembered the attack, my side still hurt a little from when the BSTRD's horn had pierced the flesh. I managed to nod my head, the paralysis was wearing off, and the Eakins continued. I saw them sneak up on you, so I managed to scare most of them off but was too late to stop that one. He escaped while I took you back here to my home so I could patch you up. I'm too weak to battle them all, especially as my poison is useless against them, and need a little extra firepower. When you are healthy, then you can choose to help me stop the Nidos or go back to your trainer. It's your call. I didn't even need to think about it, I already wanted to get payback. The fact they were going after other people just made my resolve stronger. My fear of snakes had practically evaporated, replaced by a heroic duty to kick some rabbit pokarses along with my new ally. Plus, Moron thought I was dead, so I was free again. This is going to be fun. Episode 17, Meeting the Troops. A few hours later, the paralysis had completely worn off and the swellings had gone down. I had taken stock of my surroundings, the Eakins had taken up residence inside a large hollow oak tree. But, impressed as I was by its determination, there were still things I needed to know. What are we up against, numbers-wise? I asked the Eakins. There are about 30 of them, but if we take out the leaders then the rest should run off. Besides, we're not the only two in this, the Eakins laughed as he slithered out through the entrance, beckoning me to follow. I was a little pensive but decided to follow. Eakins seemed to know what he was doing. I climbed through the hole and followed my companion through seemingly random bushes and fields, all the while keeping a close check on my surroundings. There was no way in hell that I was going to let those rabbit things get me again. Eventually, we came to a stop in the center of a field of flowers. There was a small clearing up ahead which Eakins headed for. "What are we doing here?" I asked, completely clueless. "Introducing you to the troops," Eakins replied. Well, that made a lot of sense. A shrill whistle sounded out and suddenly, a horde of blue-furred rodents burst out of the undergrowth. There must have been at least 50 of them, all crowding around us. It was somewhat disturbing, to say the least. Many of them were speaking at the same time, making everything sound like gibberish. Eakins managed to stop them with a shake of his tail rattle thing. "Charmander, meet our troops," he said, leaving me to wonder what I had gotten myself into. "Who's the new guy, General?" one of the rod ant Pokemon asked. "General?" I piped up. The Eakins laughed at my confusion. I used to live near a human military base. I picked up some of the lingo. Well, that made much more sense. Anyway, General Eakins soon explained that this load of Rattata were our trooper. They had all agreed to fight in order to save their families. Unfortunately, they were a little skittish and prone to running away at the slightest noise. "So we can go kick butt now?" I asked, eager to get underway. "I'm afraid not, while we outnumber them. They have poison attacks and we don't have enough berries to heal the wounded a head-on assault would result in. Besides, we don't want to take any casualties," General Eakins sighed. "So what's the plan then?" "We attack suddenly, without warning, then melt away before they can react. A hit and run. Should work nicely, but we need to know exactly what they are doing," I said, thoughtfully. General Eakins chuckled. "Way ahead of you there. We already have a scout. He should be arriving in a minute," he said. Right on cue, a Pidgey landed amongst us. A very familiar-looking Pidgey. It turned to look at me, and recognition flashed across its face. Well, what little expression it could show. It's hard to be expressive when all you have on your face is a beak. I immediately raised my arms, ready to deflect the attack I was sure was going to come. The Pidgey just laughed at my reaction and stepped forward. "Relax, we're on the same side now. You put up a DMN good fight back in Viridian Forest." "I'm known as Scout," it said, offering its wing. It took me a few seconds to process that information. A Pokemon who tried to kill me, and who I nearly killed back, was telling me to relax. I decided to proceed, but very cautiously. I reached forward and shook his wing with my hand. The Rattata troop cheered as I did so. I had passed some sort of test. I'm Flame. Episode 18, The Plan. Scout gave his report. The Nidos were in a clearing west of our position. They were dozing, although 3 were on lookout duty. Scout said that around dusk, the sentries would be getting tired and would be half asleep. So naturally, that was when we were going to strike. "So, how exactly are we going to do this?" I asked. Scout laughed and explained the plan in more detail. "Simple, about a half hour before we attack, the Rattatas will sneak into the tall grass around the clearing and effectively surround the Nidos. Then I signal the attack by dive-bombing the ones in the sentry while the Rattatas swarm the ones around the edge." I liked the plan, however I felt one thing was missing. "You didn't mention me, what do I do?" "I can't exactly do stealth, fire on tail is a warning beacon." "Ah, you will be in a tree overlooking the field. The first attack will be a quick attack, the Rattatas will back off a little and I'll land close by you. When we are clear of the area, you tell them to surrender or we will keep forcibly make them leave. If they refuse, then take a few pot shots with your fireballs and I'll get us both out of the area." Seemed reasonable, not as much fighting as I would have liked, but we have to give them the option to leave because we're the good guys. If they refused, then I was going to make sure I got into the second fight. I definitely wasn't being messenger boy twice. However, still something bothered me. What's Eakins going to be doing while we are fighting? I asked, and again Scout answered. Good question, he is going to be taking care of any wounded we may take. It made sense, Eakins would probably just get himself killed within 5 seconds of the fighting. Besides, he knew where the poison-curing berries were. Well, I hoped he knew. Because if our plan went wrong, there'd be a lot of injuries. We began to move out, but me and Scout were told to stay behind by General Eakins. He proceeded to give us a pep talk, but I zoned out. I really need to stop doing that, might make my recollection that little bit more interesting. All I caught of the talk was Eakins's final words, of the speech, not his life. You morbid humans. Good luck you too, especially you Sergeant. Eakins turned away, so I asked Scout what the hell a sergeant was. He laughed. People seem to do that a lot when I ask things. BSTRDS. I believe that is his name for you, seeing as you are essentially leading us in battle, so he gave you a military name or something. I dunno. Fair enough. One last question. How did you end up here? Similar way you did. After our last encounter, I ended up losing my territory to a Spiro because of the injuries you gave me, Scout started, but I interrupted him. Before he could get any further. I didn't give you any injuries. You flew into the tree. I didn't touch you. Oh yeah, well after that I flew over Pallet Town. I saw your fight with that Pikachu. If there hadn't been fire and lightning flying everywhere, then I'd have ambushed you. But I kept moving and ended up here, knackered from the flight. I was half injured still, so it wasn't as easy as it used to be. Anyway, one of those Nidoran things had a go at me, but General Eakins stopped him and I've been here ever since. Nice story, but why are you not trying to extract revenge on me for all the crap I did to you? Simple. We're on the same side, and we have a job to do. If you don't mess this up, then we'll call it even. The poisoning you suffered from is punishment enough. Anyway, let's get moving, Sarge. Well, that made a little sense, I think. So, we headed out for the Nido's camp and got ourselves ready for the next stage of the operation. The arse-kicking stage. Those rabbits were not going to see this one coming. I was looking forward to hunting out the one that got me. Looking forward to it so much, that I was running through what I was going to do to it in my head. I won't describe my thoughts, some of you are a little squeamish and I don't want to get blamed for the mess on the carpet. Episode 19, Health vs. Pride. Did I mention how much I hate climbing trees? No. Well, I'm sure many of you smarter humans can figure out way. Climbing is hard enough, without trying not to set your handholds on fire. Luckily I had learned a way to control my tail flame so it wouldn't ignite things, which is sometimes handy. However, it takes a fair load of concentration which I really needed to spend focusing on handholds and whatnot. After nearly falling for about the 16th time, I managed to reach the branches and could rest. I was hidden from the Nido's view thanks to the foliage, but I could peek out at them if I wanted. So I did. Many of them were asleep, and the ones that were not were near the edge of the clearing and dozing off. Which made our job a lot easier. Many of them were the pinkish-purple males, but about 10 or so were females. However, right in the center lay 2 Pokemon of what looked like a cross between a rabbit and a rhino. A Nidorino and a Nidorina. Looks like they are the ringleaders. The signal went up, a Butterfree call that Scout had spent the journey practicing, and one of the Nidorans in the center was engulfed by a brown feathers as Scout dive-bombed him. The Rattatas proceeded to take out their targets with lightning speed. From my position, it looked simple, but from down there it must have seemed like they were appearing out of thin air. I could barely see the unfortunate Nidorans as they were mobbed by the troopers that I essentially led. The assault ended. As quick as it started, the Rattatas vanishing back into hiding and Scout taking to the skies once more. They left behind many wounded Nidorans, only 10 or so were still standing. Unfortunately, the Nidorino was completely untouched, but his mate had taken a few battle wounds. I slowly stepped forward out of my cover, walking along a thick tree branch. They spotted me almost instantly. Bright orange scales and a flame. Not exactly easy to miss. I grinned down at them as I picked out the one that had poisoned me. He had survived the attack unharmed. I am Sergeant Flame. You have seen what my troops are capable of. You can either leave by your own will or we can drag your broken bodies out here, one by one. Your call, I called, staring down at the Nidorino. It laughed, which got my blood boiling. You wouldn't be able to take any of us one-on-one. When you can do that, then maybe we will surrender. Scout landed behind me and looked at me. Don't think about it, Sarge, they are trying to lure you into a trap, he advised. Unfortunately, I'm pathetic when it comes to taking advice. I never back down from a fight. Not then, not now. Not ever, I told him as I leapt off the branch and landed well within the clearing. Luckily my legs are good shock absorbers or I'd have fallen on my arse. Not exactly a very intimidating move. You are a good fighter but you are too headstrong, the night arena told me as the 10 remaining Nidorans surrounded me. I snickered as I stared down the one that had poisoned me. Well, I do have my moments, besides I have to give a few of your lackeys a little payback. Your next lassay, I said, drawing out the last few words. It is 10 against 1, you cannot win. I'm known for getting out of tight spots. You'd be amazed at the crap I can survive. Anyway, who said I was the only one fighting? I laughed as Scout's familiar battlecry sounded out and he dived down on one of the Nidorans. Kill them. The Nidoran yelled as the Pokémon charged, most of them towards me. Well, at least these guys are not immune to a good old-fashioned fireball. Episode 20, First Blood. Ick. I puffed out a large cloud of smoke and completely immersed myself in it, grinning as I listened to the Nidorans get closer and closer. I launched a fireball in a random direction and heard it come in contact with what I hoped was a Nidoran, who cried out in pain as the burning kicked in. There was now a way out of their charge, which I intended to take advantage of. I dived out of the smoke cloud as the Nidorans burst through it, colliding with each other as they did so. The cloud dispersed as the Nidorans managed to drag themselves off of each other, the two at the bottom unconscious and out of the fight. I was left facing just 5, while Scout was dealing with his 3. I can do this all day, I leered at the Nidos as they spread themselves out and advanced again, this time more cautiously. This time they formed a semicircle and charged one after another, so my smokescreen trick wouldn't work again. However, my fireball still managed to take out the first 4. Suddenly, a Rattata emerged out of nowhere and slammed one of the blue Nidorans straight to the ground. The others were unable to stop their charge and had to keep thundering towards me. I pulled my clawed hand back and curled it into a fist, copying something I had seen another Pokémon do once before. As the first Nidoran approached, I focused on the area of its head, right below the horn, and I tensed my arm muscles up. At the last second I slammed my hand forward as hard as possible and the Nidoran came to an abrupt halt as its head snapped back. It nearly did a backflip before crumpling to the ground, its head leaking a little bit of red stuff. Some of which was now on my hand. Ick. The last 2 Nidorans were distracted by their comrade's screams, so I used those few seconds to my advantage, grabbing hold of one's horns and psychically lifting it into the air. I spun around a few times before letting the flailing rabbit go, laughing as it landed right on top of its mate. I had ran out of things to beat up, the Rattata was still tearing its opponent to pieces. Scout, however, still had 2 left. One of which was the Nidoran that had got me. So naturally, I ran towards it and tackled the BSTRD from behind. We rolled around the floor, scratching and biting. I had the weight and size advantage, but I had to be careful that it didn't spear me with that horn, so I held back a little. It took advantage of that and lashed out with its hind legs, sending me flying several feet before crashing into the ground. Ow. Little BSTRD, I managed to gasp out as I got back on my feet, winded and with several cuts and bruises from the brawl. It laughed and slowly advanced, keeping its horn pointed straight at my chest. I let it get closer, a cunning plan forming in my mind. It pounced and was about to impale its deadly poisoned horn into my ribcage when I reacted. My hand shot out and grabbed hold of its horn and slammed it to the ground, taking its owner with it. I held its head down with one paw as I wrenched my other upwards. With a resounding snap, the horn came off and the Nidoran blacked out from what I assume was pain and shock. Looks like your cronies were a little weaker than you thought. So much for impossible odds, I laughed as I looked up at the Nidorino and held up the horn so he could see. Oh, can I keep this or would you rather I ram it up your stuck-up arse? I asked, smiling as sweetly as I possibly could. It was a good thing no humans could see me, or I'd be crushed in what you call friendly hugs. Friendly my foot, they end up nearly breaking my ribs and I kind of need those. It's even better that no humans could understand me, I have enough things after my blood as it is. The Rattata had vanished back into the long grass and the moon had begun to rise. The Nidorino's fur actually turned red from rage. I only had one half the battle, the hard scrap was looking me right in the face. And I just set it off. Definitely not one of my wisest moves. Episode 21, Fried Rabbit. Scout landed right beside me, having finished off his opponents, and stared down the much larger Nidorino. Think we can take them, Sarge? Easy, I said, before noticing something. There was no sign of the Lady Rabbit-ish thing. Scout, the Nidorina's buggered off somewhere, I said, sneaking a glance behind us. Just in case. I wasn't scared or anything, I just didn't want to get ambushed. Okay, I was scared, a little. Anyway, suddenly the ground underneath us began to shake. This can't be good, Scout muttered as small cracks began to form. He became airborne while I had to struggle to keep my balance. I had a hunch the missing Nido was behind it, but I was too busy trying to stand to do anything about it. A little help here. I yelled as the miniature earthquake got more violent. I tumbled onto my back, arms flailing for something to grab onto. Luckily Scout did decide to lend some aid, and my hand managed to find his talons. He hauled me to my feet and managed to drag me onto nice solid, non-moving, ground. Just in time too, the Nidorina burst out of the ground and snarled in our direction. And I had thought she was ugly before, that face was going to give me nightmares for years. Thanks Scout. No problem, I'll take care of her. She can't pull that trick on me. K. Just be careful, I told him. The nice guy thing was starting to get to me, I had started caring. Don't worry about me, you just be worrying about the pink one. I had to admit, he had a point. Scout and me had to dive clear as the Nidorino nearly bulldozed us into the ground. Sneaky BSTRD, I muttered to myself as I got back to my feet and caught my breath. The Nidorino skidded to a halt and turned to face me, its eyes seemed to glow with hatred. He shot back towards me, like a coffee-seeking human, and again I dodged in the nick of time. However, that time I landed on my feet and was able to send a fireball straight after him. Old Pinky managed to swerve out of the fireball's path and again came to a standstill. We glared at each other, and again he charged. This time he had his head down and his horn pointed straight at me. Pinky was moving even quicker than on the first two attempts, I had no time to dive to the side. So I took the easier option and dropped to the floor. He was unable to slow down and had to plow over me, his legs only just landing either side my torso. If I had been an inch either side then I'd have been crushed. However, my dodge had one other effect. He had to run straight over my tail flame, and underbelly fur is very flammable. I got up and turned to see him be completely engulfed in flames. Pinky was unable to stop his charge thanks to the pain, and plowed straight into a tree. Unlike when Scout did when he had collided with one, Pinky managed to knock the tree down. It was loud, very loud. But, the impact did stop Pinky. He lay in the dust, smoldering. I could actually smell the burning from where I was, several meters away. That's going to hurt in the morning, I said aloud, even though it probably hurt right then. Well, it would have done, if Pinky had still been Conzeus. He wasn't even pink anymore, more of a charred brown. Well, it looks a little better than pink. Much more masculinity. Probably more than bright orange. I hate being cute, I thought, being truthful too. Episode 22, A Tearful Farewell. After me and Scout had beaten the gang leaders, Eakins and the Rattatas showed up. Apparently he had managed to herd them back to give us assistance but was a little late. I had my doubts but I let it go. Later, once they had been given medical attention, many of the Nidorans apologized to the Rattatas, saying they were only doing what they did out of fear. Eakins gave them the choice to either leave with their leader or stay and make up for the damage they caused. Most of them chose to stay, so their leaders were kicked out almost solo. The Night Arena threatened that they would return with even more gang members to get revenge, but she soon shut up when Scout shouted his battle cry. The Nidorino just limped away silently. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Any human walking by would have been astounded at the sight of the Rattatas and the remaining Nidorans cheering. As the defeated vanished beyond the horizon, Eakins asked me and Scout to follow him back to his home. We did the short walk in complete silence, although Scout was doing more hopping than actual walking. Me and Scout were wondering what Eakins wanted, well, just Scout. I was busy thinking about food. I was hungry. Can you blame me? The last time I had eaten was before I left Moron's group. We made it back to Eakins's treehouse thing and he told us to wait there before vanishing inside. I looked over at Scout who was staring at the stars. What do you think this is about? I asked. He sighed and stretched his wings before replying. Not a clue. I hope he doesn't take too long, I've got an itch. Eakins slithered back into view, dragging behind him something wrapped up in a leaf. You two are the reasons we won that fight without taking any casualties. You're practically heroes. We know you won't stay with us forever, so we decided to give you little reminders of us. Medals, so to speak. I didn't have a clue what he was on about. Scout didn't seem much better off either. Eakins noticed our confused expressions and laughed. His laugh was a combination of a chuckle and a hiss, which was kind of scary. He unwrapped the leaf bundle and handed, well, he used his tail. Maybe the expression is tailed, one of the items inside to me. It was the Nidoran's horn I had broken off. Someone had attached a vine through it so it could be worn around my neck. The Nidoran wanted you to keep it. It was no use to him anymore anyway. Well, that was thoughtful of him. To Scout he gave a curved tooth, with a vine loop just like mine. I had to put it over Scout's head seeing as my companions had no hands. We had to file it down a bit, but again I no longer have any use for it, General Eakins said, smiling. I could actually see that his left fawn was no longer there. What do you mean you don't have a use for it anymore? Scout asked, tilting his head to the side like birds do when they are confused. Well, it's falled out for a starters. And as I told Flame when I first spoke to him, I'm too old to catch food. Way too old. My kids probably have kids of their own by now. Eakins looked up at the moon before speaking again. It is getting late and I'm tired. I hope you two don't forget all of the Pokemon here. Goodbye you two. He turned away and began to slither back to his home. Now I knew perfectly well what he meant. Scout seemed to realize too as tears formed in the bird's eyes. Good night, sir, sleep well, I called after him, fighting back my own tears. I hadn't known him long, but I had grown close to the snake Pokemon. I will, nothing is going to wake me up tonight, was the reply as General Eakins vanished into his home. I turned away from the tree. There was no longer a point in watching anymore, and walked away down a trail. I had no idea where it led, and I didn't care. I just had to move on. Scout quickly caught up with me, openly crying. Obviously he was fond of the general too. So where to now? He asked me, his voice a little shaky. I dunno, let's just leave. We can deal with our destination when we get there, came my deadpan reply as I fixed my stare on the path ahead. Scout stopped and had one last look back at Eakins's home. I waited for him, giving him the time he needed. Goodbye, General, he muttered as he brought his wing up to his head in a salute. I saluted too. For a full minute we both stood there before turning back to go towards whatever lay ahead of us, the Nidoran's horn bumping against my chest with every step I took as I found myself lost in thought. We met in the mist of morning and parted deep in the night. Farewell Ekans, at least you did what you set out to do. We'll meet again someday, I'm sure of it. Episode 23, Moron and Spkees. We had been walking through the entire night, my feet hurt and Scout looked about ready to pass out. So I called a rest stop, right next to a bush of red berries. Scout flopped to the floor and fall asleep almost instantly, while I sat down and rubbed the sorest of my feet. I can see why most Pokemon don't travel much. After a few minutes of that and listening to my stomach rumble, I headed over to the berry bush and plucked a few of them. After sniffing them to smell if they were ripe or not, I threw my head back and swallowed them whole. It took about 3 seconds for the spiciness of the berries to kick in, then my eyes began to water. I gasped for cool air, throwing the berry I had in my hand to the side. The spiciness grew to almost unbearable levels, so I threw my head back and tried to cry out. But instead of words, all that came out of my mouth was a stream of white-hot flames. Now normally, I could only cause a stream of fire for a few seconds, and even then it would only cause light burning unless my target was very flammable. But that blast lasted for several seconds and incinerated the foliage above me. The noise had woken Scout up, and he looked at me as I lowered my muzzle. The spicy aftertaste had vanished and all that was left was the burning of the trees. What the bloody hell was that? Scout stammered, he was just as shocked as I was. Berries were too spicy, I replied, my voice was a little croaky but it was still understandable. Remind me not to PSS you off after you've eaten, Scout said, laughing. Just be thankful it came out of my mouth, I countered. Charmanders with gas are very dangerous things to be around, even the smallest toot can cause a loud explosion. The look on Scout's face after he realized what I meant was so funny, I cannot describe the sheer hilarity. After a few seconds of staring at each other in silence, we both cracked up laughing. I stopped when I heard muffled shouting from somewhere off in the distance. Scout. Go find out what that is, would you? I asked in the most polite voice I could muster. Scout frowned slightly before replying, all right Sarge. But you better not fall asleep while I'm gone. I wouldn't dare, I smirked. I was telling the truth too. There was no way I was going to sleep if it was going to tick off someone who could go into homicidal rages and had access to sharp talons. As he flew off I picked up the berry I had threw away and held it up to the light. Its general redness was amazing and I wanted to see what the juice looked like till I crushed it in my hand. The juice was an even more vivid red and was very sticky. It didn't want to wipe off my hand and there was no way in hell that I was going to lick it off. So I breathed a small burst of fire on it. There was a smallish boom and my hand was completely engulfed in flames. If I wasn't fireproof that might have concerned me. The shockwave from the explosion did tingle a bit. I was glad it was only one berry. I couldn't conceive how much damage would be caused if the whole bush was set alight. Scout flew back and stared at my hand, which was still on fire. The juice was a very slow burner. I stared back at him until he told me what the noise I had heard was. It was your old trainer. Seems he got himself into a bit of a fix with some bandits. Call themselves Team Rocket. What dumbass came up with that? Scout said, shrugging as he continued, anyway you trainer and some other girl are tied up and the bandit has all their pokeballs. Well that SCKED. Now my newfound sense of heroism wanted to go save them but my general hatred of moron wanted me to laugh. However I didn't have anything against Joanne so I went with the heroic option. Let's go beat up some bandits. Aye Sarge. But it looks like the bandit has a few Pokemon of his own. As long as one isn't an Onix, we'll be fine. I got a better idea, how about we steal back the captured Pokemon and let them out? Then we can gang up on anything the bandit has, Scout said. His idea made sense, so I nodded before saying one last thing, lead the way. Episode 24, Friends or Foes? We had been walking for 5 or so minutes before Scout stopped and turned to look at me. "Can you please stop your hand burning, we might want to be a little more stealthy," he said. I had completely forgotten that my hand was still on fire, as amazing as that sounds. I plunged my hand deep into some loose soil, which smothered the flames. My hand was still a little sticky and was now covered in dirt, but not on fire. Scout nodded at me and pointed with his wing towards a large overgrown bush. I climbed inside, being careful not to ignite anything, and peeked out through some foliage. I nearly gasped at the situation. Moran and Joanne were tied up, back to back, and were being given a speech by 2 other humans in white clothing. I assumed they were the Team Rocket bandits, but I wasn't interested in them. What caught my eye was the 2 Pokémon standing behind them. Squirtle. Pika. What the hell is going on? I can understand ganging up on Moran but not Perfume, I said to myself. Scout was perched beside me and whispered in my ear, "They are not in control of themselves. That Hypno over there has them under its mind control." I spotted the Hypno almost instantly, the ugly-looking yellow-furred thing. Not Pika. Well, it was more ugly than Pika. But don't tell her I said that. It seemed to be focusing on the ropes binding Moran and Joanne. I followed its gaze and noticed that the ropes were actually vines. I had a hunch of exactly who those vines belonged to. Bellsprout too. This is going to be tricky. Suddenly I spotted the Hypno spin to face in our direction and raise a hand in which it held a silver disc of some kind. "This can't be good," I muttered as the disc glinted against the moonlight. Scout screeched and plunged out of the hiding place, flopping on the floor as if losing control of his body. "Definitely not good," I said as he suddenly stopped and flapped to his feet, staring straight at me. I decided that there was no more need for stealth and dived out of cover, breaking into a sprint straight towards the Hypno. Out of the corner of my vision, I could see Moran's eyes almost popping out of his head in shock. But I didn't care about that. All I wanted to do was get hold of the Hypno, the demon puppet master, and tear it limb from limb. It raised its overhand and I expected to suddenly fall under its spell too. "You are lucky that I can only control 4 victims at a time," I heard a strange voice echo in the back of my mind. I realized that was the Hypno using its telepathy, and seeing as it couldn't control me. I thought I was in the clear to extract my revenge. Boy, was I wrong. It laughed, out loud this time, and suddenly I felt myself knocked off my feet by some sort of invisible barrier. The voice in my head laughed at me and whispered it would make my death a painful one. I didn't want to know what he meant, but the sound of Scout's battle cry soon told me what his plan was. I dived to the side as Scout flew past. The barrier had vanished and let him fly through. "Scout! Stop this!" I cried, only to hear a familiar giggle from behind me. I slowly turned and saw Pika laughing with a toothy grin upon her face. "You may be a good fighter, but how do you fare against those you care about?" she shouted as sparks flew from her cheeks. I took a step backwards, more out of shock than anything, and a blast of water shot past. Literally where my head had been a few seconds before. The force of it rushing past was enough to knock me off balance. I was glad it didn't actually hit me or I'd probably end up unconscious. A lightning bolt slammed into my chest and sent me flying a few meters backwards. They really were trying to kill me. I knew they inwardly didn't want to, well I hoped they didn't, and I definitely wasn't going to let that Hypno get its way. "You want a fight? Come and bloody get one." I roared as I clenched my fists and puffed out a small amount of smoke through my snout. Episode 25, Psychological Warfare. Despite my yells, I had no plan, no backup and no chance of escape. Needless to say, it did not look good and the Hypno knew it. I heard its gloating laughter echoing through my mind as my friends formed a triangle around me. Pika in front of me, Squirtle to my left and Scout to my right, on my blind side. "Damn it Pika, don't let this BSTRD control you." I gave it one last shot. She laughed and started stepping towards me. "Would you much rather he controlled you?" she said. The word sent shivers down my spine when I realized that if I did take one of them down, he would simply release his control of them and use it on me instead. "You cannot win this battle," came Squirtle's voice, mocking me. "You are useless, you always were," Scout added. I knew Hypno was forcing them to say those things, but it still hurt. "Shut up," I muttered. All three of them laughed and stepped closer, closing the triangle even tighter. "Why should we?" "You have no power over us," Squirtle said, voice filled with scorn. "You never helped your family, why should anyone help you?" Pika laughed. I was in shock, I had never mentioned my family to any of them. I realized the Hypno could read my memories. Their words brought painful memories back into the foreground of my mind. Ones I had locked away, hidden from the world. I did help them. I yelled, trying to reassure myself as much as stop the torture. The triangle was still slowly shrinking as they all got closer, one step at a time. "You got them killed," Scout yelled back. I felt tears running down my face as the vision of my sister screaming in agony as poison slowly killed her from the inside. "You lie." I finally snapped and was about to give the bird Pokemon the blasting of his life when I felt something slam into me from behind. I was knocked to the floor and was unable to get up before Scout attacked with tooth and claw. I could feel him tearing at my back, ripping away scales and the soft skin underneath. I had to wave my tail to get him to back off, the movement ripping open the wounds even further. Slowly managing to get to my feet, I looked at him and felt a sudden jolt course through my body as Pika zapped me from behind. Again I fell to the floor, this time landing on my knees. I could hear Moron and Perfume yelling something, but their voices suddenly seemed very far away. Squirtle walked over to stand in front of me and inhaled. I could tell that that was going to be the final blow and I was determined not to let the Hypno win. "Squirtle. I'm sorry," I managed to choke out before leaping forwards and tackling him, literally head-on. My headbutt stunned him and knocked him to the ground, with me landing on top of him, but it didn't stop Pika launching a second bolt in my direction. Both me and Squirtle cried out as the electricity flowed through us and sent our bodies convulsions. I rolled off of Squirtle and slowly managed to climb to my feet, smoke pouring out of my mouth as I breathed. Hypno was determined to take me down and didn't seem to care who he sacrificed to do so. Even Moron wasn't that bad. New determination flowed through me and I pushed the pain to the back of my mind. "Okay, Hypno. You want to play dirty? Fine by me," I muttered to myself as I legged it, on all fours, out of the fighting and towards the bushes that surrounded the clearing. I zigzagged my way across the ground as lightning bolts shot past me. I didn't dare look back. I was only meters away from the bushes when a large blast of water slammed into me from behind and sent me tumbling over to the ground. It had also managed to nearly put out my tail flame and in doing so, drained a large amount of my energy. I couldn't even roll over onto my back and closed my eyes to await my downfall. Episode 26, Defiant to the very end. "Truly pathetic, looks like your friend's opinion of your strength were completely wrong," the Hypno said, from out of my vision. "And here I thought that you would put up an entertaining fight. Well, at least I will get a little joy out of finishing you off," it added. Suddenly I felt something wrap around my throat and lift me into the air, but there was nothing actually touching me. The psychic hand lifted me until I was a meter or so above the ground. It turned me so I hung, facing the Hypno. It wasn't actually choking me, which was surprising. "You are completely powerless. For that, your trainers will die and your allies will become mine," Hypno sneered, and suddenly I felt myself thrown backwards at very high speed. I slammed into a tree and found myself crumpled on the floor once more. My back was in complete agony by this point and I was close to passing out, but the Hypno had other plans. "I will make this slow," it laughed and spat on the ground in front of me. Again, I felt the psychic hand lift me up and again it rammed me up against the tree. Leaves were shaken loose and fell all around me, a few landed in my shrunken tail flame and it began to flicker back to life. With a small amount of energy restored, I managed to climb to my feet. I stood facing the Hypno, swaying on unsteady legs. "Go to hell," I gasped out as I felt my throat be constricted. I was lifted into the air and this time I was thrown towards a thorn-covered bush. Defiant all the way, "Well, little good that will do you, Charmander." I winced as my back connected with one of the bush's branches. Thorns were piercing the damaged flesh all over, but I was determined not to cry out. I wasn't going to give the sick bstrd any enjoyment out of my torture. I saw Hypno walking towards me, taking his time. There was no rush, I couldn't go anywhere. I was certain that I was doomed when I smelled a familiar scent. A very spicy scent. Out of the corner of my eye, to my right, was a small red berry. I was about to make a move for it when the Hypno threw his hand forward and my body suddenly felt as though someone had punched me in the lungs. I fought through waves of pain, trying not to black out. All my hopes were on the small berry laying only centimeters away. I slunk to my left, crying out as the thorns widened the injuries in my back. The Hypno laughed and picked up its pace, it was only meters away. Little did it know that my tail was flopped right next to the berry. I felt something fill my mouth and spat, but instead of saliva, it was blood. The pain was really starting to get to me, I only had one shot. Please let this work, I thought, hoping against all hope that my last action wouldn't be futile. My tail flame touched the berry and it ignited with a loud boom. The small explosion fully reignited my flame and filled me with energy again. The Hypno was stunned by the loud explosion and I dug in my claws before launching myself at it. The Hypno was unable to react in time and I knocked it to the ground. I pulled back my fist, let all my rage and energy flow into the one punch that landed right between the Hypno's eyes. Needless to say, I did a lot of damage to that. As it fell into unconsciousness, its control over the others went with it. I heard Pika and Squirtle rushing over to Moron and Perfume, presumably to help them. I managed to roll off of the Hypno and collapsed onto the floor. Scout appeared in my view, concern was evident in his eyes. "Sorry Sarge, none of us meant any of that," he said, glaring at the unconscious, or dead, I really couldn't tell, Hypno. "I know. Don't worry about it," I managed to say between breaths. Breathing was becoming very difficult and my vision was starting to blur. I had won the battle, but at what cost? I was aware of someone, Moron I presume, placing some sort of cloth on my back before lifting my sore body up. "You saved us, Flame, let's hope we can do the same," I heard Squirtle's voice say as my vision completely vanished. My last thoughts before gladly falling unconscious were simply, hope. I can do that. Episode 27, The New Inmate. I remember waking up that night, finding myself being carried in the arms of someone. I assumed it was Moron, my body didn't want to move so I couldn't look to find out. This person was running along a dirt trail as fast as its legs could go. Of course, I had no idea where I was being taken, but I hoped it was some sort of Pokemon Center before I blacked out once more. I had this weird dream. I was floating, everything around me was black. There was a white flash of light and this pink-furred cat-like thing was before me. Although I had never seen it before, I knew exactly what it was. Mew, ancestor of all Pokemon. Be strong and you will come out of this intact. Your friends will save your life, but not in the way you initially expect, Mew said in its soft, purring voice. It made no sense to me, but I assumed it had some meaning. Unless Mew was one to go around putting fake crap in Pokemon's heads for a laugh. I didn't know and didn't really want to think about it. Suddenly, the whole world around us exploded in a flash of white and my head filled with the most immense pain imaginable. I was yanked back to reality and regained consciousness screaming. The pain vanished as quick as it had come and I was able to take stock of my surroundings. I was laying on a cold stone floor, looking up at an equally stone ceiling. I sat up, amazed that my back was no longer hurting. I looked around, puzzled as to my location. I definitely was not in a Pokemon Center, unless they come in black stone and were sealed. The room was about 10 paces long from wall to wall, in both directions. One of the walls was made of steel and I could hear muffled talking on the other side of it. Small slits ran along it, presumably to let in air. The only light was the little that came through the air slits and what was provided by my tail flame. Suddenly, the entire room jerked and I fell forward, cracking my head on the steel. A loud clang rang out, both literally and inside my skull. As I rubbed my head and got to me feet, I became aware that the voices outside my confinement had stopped. The steel wall swung, yes swung, inwards a small. I guessed it was some sort of flap, which explained how I got in. A small ball was rolled in through the small hole. In the dim light I could make out the familiar red and white markings. "Oh hell no," I managed to say as a red beam struck me in the chest and I was pulled inside. I was held in the simulated prison for what seemed like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Before I felt a small pull that pretty much yanked my essence and body back into the real world once more. This time, I found myself in a much larger stone room. I spun round to blast more on and came to a dead halt when I found myself looking, not at my trainer but at one of the Team Rocket bandits. The bandit was standing on the other side of some bars with a stupid grin on his face. "You may have defeated my hypno but we still managed to grab you and escape. You are ours now," he laughed, then his grin vanished and he continued in a much less jolly voice, "and later, I will have you punished for the damage you inflicted on hypno." I snorted in disgust and stared the bandit BSTRD straight in the eyes. We stared each other off for several seconds before the human turned away and walked out of sight from my cage. BSTRD. Now what am I supposed to do? I said to myself, flopping to the floor. You can picture my surprise when I got an answer. "You wait, soon all of us prisoners are going to bust out of here. We were going to make those rockets pay," came a low growl from behind me. I leapt up and turned to see a small, fox Pokemon standing behind me. My companion had 6 curled tails and its fur was mottled with dirt, which was why I hadn't spotted it initially. "Welcome to hell," the Vulpix said with a slight grin. "I'm Alpha, leader of the Pokemon Rebel Ion here. Flame, now you mentioned something about busting out of here. How are we going to manage that?" "Not sure yet, me and the others are working on that. But we must have faith, or we will be in here until they break our wills and mold us to their evil cause," the Vulpix said. I got the distinct impression that he was a little loose in the head but I was stuck with him. Plus, he was my only way out. There was no way that I was going to stick around if there was any chance of escaping there and burning it to the ground. "Okay. Fill me in and let's see what I can do to help." Episode 28, The Rebel Leaders. Alpha slowly plodded over to the corner of our cage, where grime has seemingly stockpiled, and began digging in it. I wanted to ask what the hell he was doing, but I didn't want to risk angering the crazy. Eventually, it began to make sense as a small hole was uncovered. It led to the cage next door. Alpha whistled through the hole and stepped back as a green face appeared. "What can I do for you, boss?" the face asked. "I got a newbie, Bulbasaur, so I'm introducing him to everyone." "Righto, have you told him about the brainwashing?" the Bulbasaur asked. I nearly had a heart attack when I heard it. "Brainwashing? You were serious about that?" I asked. Alpha laughed. "We do not kid around. The Pokemon that live in the cage to the left of us were brainwashed. Now they obey the rockets without question." I had only one response to that news: sheet. There is a clang from below us. I wondered what it was and went over to the cage bars to have a look-see. A brown, Talish Pokemon walked out of the cage door, which had opened on its own. "That's Hitmonchan," Alpha said, with a shake of his head. "Why is he being let out?" "The brainwashed get let out every day for some exercise, they also get slightly better food." "So he's a mindless SLV then?" "Pretty much. All us sane Pokemon just ignore him, he is prone to throwing hissy fits." Well, my Vulpix cellmate definitely wasn't sane, but I didn't want to risk my life and find out what a hissy fit was. Hitmonchan walked off, seemingly knowing exactly where to go. I decided to ask a question that I hoped Alpha would know the answer to, so how exactly are they brainwashed? None of us know, we think hypothesis. Can't be. I came up against one of those BSTRDS's Hypno. It could only control 4 Pokemon at a time. And by the sound of it, there are a fair few Pokemon here and I doubt they would be able to control that many psychic waves in such a short area, I said. I didn't know where I got the insight into psychic waves but I didn't exactly care. Alpha was impressed by my theory and went back to the cell hole to discuss it with the Bulbasaur. I waited by the cell door, calmly hoping that a rocket would walk past for me to shout at. Unfortunately, for my temper, none decided to approach. Hey newbie. Our tech support agrees with you on that one, Alpha called, beconing me over. I decided to ignore the newbie remark. Tech support? I asked, having never heard that term before. The free-minded Pokemon that's in the next cage to Bulbasaur. It is able to hack into human technology at will. Handy little guy, we once rigged all the cage opening devices to go off when the fire alarm did. But it didn't work, because we can only set the alarm off manually so we changed it back. Seeing as there is only one Porygon around, he'd be executed on the spot if the rockets found out that we could do that. I understood that a little better. We had a Pokemon that could fiddle with the rocket stuff from its cage and was nearly able to open all the cages at once and cause a mass rebellion. Unfortunately, it didn't work. So we'd need to be outside the cage in order to set off the alarm and open the cage? Pretty much, and we can't set the alarm off from the cages. It is out of sight from the cages and even if it wasn't, we don't have anything to throw at it to try and set it off that way, Alpha sighed. I looked towards the cage bars and grinned before saying, I think I may have just got a plan. Episode 29, Escaping the Cage. After explaining my plan to the rebellion leaders, which I won't reveal just yet, because I'm evil like that, I waited near the cell bars for my chance. Luckily, my chance wasn't waiting around. Hello Hitmonchan, I called, giving my nicest and toothiest grin along with a little wave. The fighting Pokemon completely ignored me and pressed a button on a keypad. His cage door swung open and he was about to step inside when I tried again. Team Rocket are bloody morons. I yelled at him. Now that got a reaction and a half. His head shot up and he looked into my eyes for about a second. I grinned once more, which seemed to further PSS the prat off. It punched the keypad thing, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. Nice to see I finally got your attention, I called down as it glared at me. You will pay for that, the brainwashed Pokemon said through gritted teeth. My brain quickly processed a sarcastic reply, which I delivered perfectly. Do you take rocks or will berries have to do? I think its brain was close to exploding thanks to my extreme annoyance, but it still reacted exactly as I wanted it to. It began yelling various naughty words, some of which even I hadn't heard of before, while climbing up a small water pipe. It climbed up until it was hanging just to the side of the cage I was in. I stepped back as it swung with a free fist and smashed the lock to pieces. The cage door swung open and it leapt inside, snarling so loud that even a fully grown Arcanine would flee. Of course, me being me, I didn't flee. Besides, even if I wanted to, where could I go? Their only way out was past the Hitmonchan. Naturally, I wanted to get out of the confining cage but first I had to deal with the challenge in front of me. The Hitmonchan stepped closer, its arms raised and ready to pound my head. As it got into the middle of the cage, I shouted out my signal, which consisted mainly of me shouting as loud as possible, and shot forwards as Alpha dived out of the dirt by the wall and tackled the Hitmonchan from behind. I grinned as I ran past the brawl, grabbing onto the water pipe and sliding down it as fast as I could. I could hear the Hitmonchan cursing even more, most of it directed at Alpha this time. I filed away some of the expletives for future use and set off across the floor towards the corner of the corridor around which, I had been told, was the fire alarm button that the escape attempt hinged upon. Just as I was about to reach it, I heard an explosion from behind. I spun round to see Alpha tumble straight out of the cage and fall several meters to the floor. I looked up at the cage entrance to spot a very set-off looking Pokemon. The Hitmonchan leapt straight out of the cage, landing without even stumbling. He stared at me and walked closer, taking his time. Alpha managed to get to his feet and dive once more on the Hitmonchan. I was torn between helping the Vulpix and running for the button. In the end, I didn't get to make a choice as Alpha was once again sent flying by a devastating punch. Alpha! I heard the Bulbasaur cry out from its vantage point in its own cage. We had definitely underestimated the fighting type. The Hitmonchan charged towards me, not wasting any more time. It had its fist ready to deck-end on my face. I couldn't react in time, shock left me motionless as it got closer and closer. It was only paces away before I came to my senses and jumped back as its fist shot down and caught me in the stomach. I would have taken severe injuries had I not been in midair and able to roll with the punch. Even so, it still knocked the wind out of me and sent me sprawling on the floor. I seemed to be spending a lot of time sprawled on the ground. I looked up as it pulled back both its fists and was about to bring them down on my skull when a vine shot out of the cage to my left and wrapped around them. I don't know who was more surprised, me or the Hitmonchan. I looked over into the cage and saw something that I definitely wasn't expecting. Bellsprout. I was sure it was the same Bellsprout. I could smell the faint waft of perfume. Bellsprout yanked back the Hitmonchan like I've seen fishermen do when they have a catch, only not as pathetic looking. The Hitmonchan was straining his arms to try and break free, but it was no good, the vines were too strong. Thanks Bellsprout, I called as I climbed to my feet and ran for the corner as fast as I could. I didn't know how much time I had left before a rocket showed up. Unfortunately, it turned out that I didn't have any at all. Just as I was reaching the corner, one stepped around it and spotted everything that was going on. "Aw crap," the rocket said. My thoughts were exactly the same. Episode 30, It's Not Over, Yet. I knew I only had this one chance to get out of the prison and I was well going to take it. I shot straight between the rocket's legs, not forgetting to launch a fireball upwards as I did so, aiming straight for the fire alarm. As I got closer, I realized that it much higher up than I had thought. A lot higher, there was no chance of me reaching it with my small size. I kept running full tilt, leaping up and still coming short. I slammed into the wall, which hurt, but my claws managed to find small cracks and I didn't fall backwards. After waiting a few seconds to catch my breath, I slowly clambered up the concrete, all the while aware of the screaming coming from the flambéed thief. I was only centimeters away from the red button that I so desperately wanted to press, when several more rockets appeared out of nowhere and came running towards me. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted one of them ready a pokeball and raised his arm to throw it. I was so close to that button, my claws were only just below it. The rocket sent the ball shooting towards me and I literally leapt up the wall. The ball collided with my ribs as my claw tips brushed across the switch. I fell towards the floor and was expecting to be hit with red light when I heard a Pokemon form above me. It collided with me in midair and we both slammed into the ground, me on the bottom of the pile. I felt something sharp digging into my shoulder but I didn't care anymore, there was a siren blazing somewhere in the base. I had done it, from underneath the other Pokemon, I could just see around part of the corner. There was a crash as all of the cages burst open at once and their inhabitants burst free. Most of them stood, stunned, for several moments before making their way out of their cages. Some of the newer inhabitants shot out almost instantly, a few going after the Hitmonchan and the rest heading straight in my direction. "Oh shit!" One of the human rockets shouted as they all retreated, not forgetting to return the Pokemon that was on top of me as they ran away. The small mob of freed Pokemon chased after them. I spotted several familiar bug types and a fair few fire and water types too as I climbed to my feet. When the rocket thugs had fled out of view, the escapees surrounded me. I found myself being hugged as they all cheered. When the pack parted, I saw Alpha being helped along by Bulbasaur and Bellsprout. I walked over slowly. "Well, we're out of the cages, what's next?" I asked with a cheerful grin. "Easy, we march out of here and find the nearest town." Then the humans will put our mass arrival on the news and our trainers can find us, Alpha said, wincing after each word. He was bleeding from a torn ear and a few broken teeth, but he seemed okay. I spotted the Hitmonchan slowly step around the corner, arms by his sides. It stepped up in front of me. I raised my arms in order to, hopefully, block or at least absorb any blows. I almost had a heart failure when it held out its hand and said, "Good job." "What the hell? I thought you were a brainwashed moron," I managed to say. The Hitmonchan laughed. "I was, until a few minutes ago. Your weed friend tugged me in front of the cage doors, so when they burst open when the alarm went off, well, let's just say they knocked some sense into me." Everyone laughed at that, before cheering again as I shook the offered paw. Hell, I already knew not to PSS him off again, so I'd do anything to keep him calm. The cheering turned to yells of confusion as a loud boom sounded off in the distance. "That cannot be good," I yelled over the sudden noise. "I'll say. That's the direction of one of the exits," a pinkish Pokemon muttered in its emotionless voice. "Well, that SCKS Porygon. What about the other exit?" Bulbasaur asked the newcomer. "Just give me a second to locate it," came the monotone reply. "You better hurry," I said, "there's smoke heading down this corridor." Episode 31, Halfway Through Hell. All of the Pokemon around me were backing away from the smoke. Even I could feel the heat slowly rising. It's ironic really, setting off the fire alarm before the fire even starts. I spotted small licks of fire starting to come round the corner. "Porygon, hurry up. We need to get moving, now." Bulbasaur yelled. There was sweat, or dew, I couldn't tell, on the plant Pokemon's forehead. There was no response from the Porygon for several agonizing seconds. Just as the other Pokemon were about to flee in random directions, Porygon finally said, "This way," and began floating down the corridor. The freed Pokemon followed while me and Alpha took up the rear. We had been moving through the maze of tunnels and corridors. I had never realized just how big the rocket's base was, for only a few minutes when I heard the roar of the flames. I looked back and saw it rushing up behind us. We were going through a newer tunnel that had wooden floorboards. Everyone broke into a sprint, except Porygon, who just speeding up his floating, as we raced against the blaze. The smoke was starting to affect us. We were slowly being sapped of energy. The stronger Pokemon were carrying the weaker and slower ones on their backs. "In here!" Porygon yelled as he shot down a side alley. We all shot in and each of us felt a sudden chill as we ran under some holes in the ceiling. I could spot something spinning behind the grills. The smoke was SCKED into these air vents and away from us, plus the stone floor prevented the flames from being able to reach us. "Catch your breath as fast as possible, we're only about halfway there," Porygon said in its usual emotionless voice. It wasn't even breathing heavily. Hell, I'm not entirely sure it was breathing at all. Only halfway. And this was to the nearest exit from where we were. A Scyther asked, panting. "The nearest one that wouldn't get us incinerated within minutes," came Porygon's reply. If its voice wasn't so empty, I'm sure there would have been sarcasm in it. Anyway, Porygon moved further down the tunnel we were in. I suddenly noticed that we were in a dead end. Porygon. You do realize we are in a dead end, right? We are not in a dead end at all. I thought the weird floating Pokemon had gone crazy when I heard something in the walls and the end of the corridor suddenly opened up into another tunnel. It led further down, but even so, we had no other option. The stone floor below us was heating up from the fire that still blazed away behind us, and many of the Pokemon looked ready to pass out from heat exhaustion. While Hitmonchan and another Vulpix herded the others down the new passageway, I noticed that the stone nearest the flames was starting to melt and the small flow of molten rock was gaining on Alpha. Alpha was slowing down with every step. I could see that his right hind leg was swollen. Crap. Alpha. I yelled as I sprinted towards the fellow rebel. The roof above us was also starting to melt as was close to collapsing. The ground was becoming increasingly fragmented as cracks in the floor grew wider. I found myself leaping from one plate to another. Eventually, I reached Alpha. He looked up at me and grinned. "I thought you'd buggered off without me." "Me? Nah, I only do that to complete prats," I laughed as I grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pretty much hurled him in the direction of the others. The other Vulpix helping him up and took him down after the others while Hitmonchan waited for me. As I shot off once more, the whole rock face shook and I nearly fell over. A steady stream of small pebbles were falling from the cracks in the ceiling as I leapt over the larger cracks. There was a huge roar as the place where we were standing was crushed beneath a ton or so of rock as a cave-in started. The wave of dust and debris gave me a little extra boost of speed, but the cave-in was catching up and, unlike fire, I wasn't impervious to being crushed. I gulped in as much air as I could and shot over a large crack in the floor without even breaking my stride. The one after it, however, caught me out. "Crap!" I yelled as I tumbled to the floor. I had only been meters away from the safety of the passageway too. I mentally wondered how much being crushed would hurt, but I luckily didn't find out. Hitmonchan hauled me to my feet and we both started running for our lives. We both dived through the doorway just in the nick of time. Literally as I hit the floor, the entrance was buried under the rubble. I slowly got back to my feet, shaking like I had been in freezing water for too long, and let out a sigh of relief. "They are going to need to redecorate in there," I managed to say, causing small chuckles from the crowd of Pokemon. "We can't hang around, let's keep moving," Porygon said from the front, snapping us all back to reality. Episode 32, Rallying the Troops. Everyone went to move off again, while I had to snatch a quick breather before following them down the tunnel. The lights overhead flickered and, after a few seconds, went out completely, leaving everyone in darkness. Porygon suddenly started glowing a strange green light. I had no idea what else he was capable of, but so far he was impressive. The glowing, plus my and the few other Charmander's tail flames, made decent enough lighting to navigate through the maze of tunnels that we were going through. But, even though there was no longer the fire chasing us, I still felt a sense of unease. We may have escaped the flames, but we were still underground and very much vulnerable to a Cavian. As I proved. It seemed as though my fears were shared by many, they were all listless. And fidgeting. The slightest rumble would send them into a panic, which didn't help our position much. But, not surprisingly, Porygon was unfazed by all the talk of impending doom. Although the term, "wall of fire," did get a small reaction out of him. We moved on through the network of dark, deserted, silent tunnels. Our only hope of freedom, and survival, was somewhere ahead of us. There was no way back, it was now or never. However, never had a habit of catching up to us. We had come across a crossroad. Porygon floated straight across onto the opposite path, but the rest of us froze. I could see, from my place in the middle of the small crowd, that the floor we had to cross was made of wood. And all of us could hear the raging fire, that we had barely got away from last time, coming in our direction. "Everyone over, fast. Water types on the outside. Move it." Bulbasaur yelled out as he darted across the path and onto the safer stone one on the other side. The slower Pokemon went next, while a few water breathers stayed in the center of the gauntlet. As part of the final group to undertake the crossing, I had to wait while the deadly fire, to the others, and the even more deadly smoke, to me, was heading towards us. It was still out of sight, but I knew it was still there and homing in on us. As the Pokemon in front of me raced across the gap, me and Hitmonchan shot off after them. As we reached the center of the gap, I heard a Poliwag cry out a warning. I didn't need to look to realize that the fire had caught up with us. The water types all launched a massive volley of water, but it only managed to slow it down a little. I heard most of the water evaporating before it even reached the flames, the hissing making it sound like the fire itself was very set off at us. I skidded to a halt and started pushing the rest of my charges along. The water volley was losing momentum, the Pokemon were not used to maintaining such an attack for any length of time and were having to take short breaks to regain their breath. "Everyone's over, move it." I yelled at the water Pokemon, who all stopped blasting and ran for their lives while I gave them that little extra shove in the right direction. The same Poliwag that had shouted out the warning tripped up and fell over, so I grabbed it by the tail and dragged it the last few steps onto non-flammable land. The floorboards behind me ignited as the fire shot past. A bit of it spilt over into our tunnel, but we had kept running and were well out of range. "Good thing I decided to take the shortcut," Porygon said as he kept moving with everyone else behind. After a few more minutes of walking through the small tunnels, we found ourselves in a large cave. Various glowing crystals lit the immense cavern. And the huge steel door that barricaded our way out. "How are we supposed to open that?" Alpha asked as he hobbled towards it. "It wasn't supposed to be shut in the first place, and I can't open it because there is no electricity anymore," Porygon sighed, with the first true emotion I had heard him use so far. "Trust it to be despair. So we can't escape. We're all doomed." A pink puffball of a Pokemon cried out. Everyone started panicking and were about to deckend into a howling mass when I stepped up. "Look at you, I've seen better humans. Fighting and screaming helps no one. So we cannot open it up automatically." Big whoop. "You forget one important little detail, and that is this: we're Pokemon. If we put our minds to it, then we can conquer anything. This is a machine and machines can be broken," I called as I grabbed onto a small notch in the door and began heaving it to the side. "He has a point. Panicking and arguing doesn't get us anywhere," Hitmonchan said as he stepped up beside me, took hold of another small handle and began pulling along with me. The other Pokemon soon joined in. Those without hands used their teeth, and the ones that could fly took the holds further up. Slowly, but surely, we heard machinery began to strain on its own and the door began to move. Episode 33, Fiery Demise. A crack of sunlight shone through the tiny opening we had created, but it was there. The tiny sliver of hope. Corny, but that is what it was to us all. "Heave!" Alpha yelled. We all pulled as one and the opening became wider and wider, millimeter by millimeter. As we continued our excursion, I asked Porygon what exactly this cave was. "A loading bay, supplies came in through here. This huge door is here to stop any unwanted guests getting in. But it is not going to stop us getting out." I grunted as I shoved with all my strength. It looked as though we were going to get out without a problem, until fate decided to royally crap on that idea. Smoke began to filter in through a small side entrance, and there was a lot of it. It was slowly beginning to fill up the room. "Keep going," Alpha cried, as he began to launch fireballs up at the mechanics near the top of the door. The gears began to weaken under the heat barrage, and some of the resistance the door put up faded, allowing our progress to speed up. However, fate definitely wasn't going to give us up easily. I heard a small rumbling coming from the tunnel we had left, which quickly turned into a huge roar as it collapsed and sent half-melted debris flying everywhere. The cave we were in slowly heated up as the flames filled all the connecting tunnels and slowly melted the rocks nearby. "Damn it! Water types, try and cool off the rock around us," I yelled as I pushed with the extra force that only death's approach can bring. "We are not going to perish here. Not when we are so damn close." Many of the smaller Pokemon had to slow down and catch their breath, while the rest of us continued to SLV away. Suddenly, we all heard a huge hiss as the water types launched volleys of freezing water in an attempt to cool the surrounding rocks and prevent the impending meltdown. It was a futile task, and we all knew it, but it did buy us some time. Time we desperately needed. As the crack got wider, the heat and smoke that surrounded us got more intense. Some Pokemon looked just about ready to collapse. I felt the same way, but I dare not show it. Me and Alpha were all that was stopping them from giving up full stop. Alpha had given up his fireball tactic and had instead gone on and was organizing the water type, so there was always a constant stream of water pelting the rocks, some of which were beginning to glow as they began to melt. The Pokemon nearer the cave walls had to move closer to the center in order to avoid the molten rock and blistering heat. As the space we had got smaller and smaller, Pokémon got more and more restless. Soon, several of the smaller ones lost it completely and squeezed outside through the gap in the door. I could have followed, but I didn't want to leave the larger Pokémon to die. Even I wasn't that heartless. I used to be, but my past experiences, plus the memory of the encounter with Mew, drove me to stay. Even if it led to my downfall. I could tell Alpha and Bulbasaur felt the same, as they could also have escaped but instead stayed behind. Bellsprout also stayed, but I'm not too sure that was heroism. Soon, the rocks in front of the escape route began to melt, so we couldn't escape anyway. We were all too tired and were fighting for breath to care. One by one we all flopped to the ground and watched as the stream of fiery rock came ever closer. Bollocks. Well, at least I'm going to die in a slightly bigger cage than the one I was in earlier. Next time, never listen to the pink cat. Episode 34, One Last Shot at Freedom. As the smoke thickened and the heat rose even further, I was even starting to sweat from it. I began to hallucinate. I saw the same Hypno I had beaten before, laughing at me. I know it was him because of the squashed nose from where I had smacked him. How pathetic, it said, unable to stand and fight to the end. Can't even take a little heat. No wonder your friends never bothered to find you. I hated to admit it, but Hypno was right. They hadn't shown up and I didn't have that much longer left. All of the other Pokémon had lost consciousness and I was too weak to even stand. My vision faded, an all too familiar occurrence, before returning again. What surprised me a little more, however, was the white light that shone in the center of the room. From within the light, I could just make out a small figure from within. I know you told yourself you wouldn't listen to the pink cat thing, but just hear me out this once. K. I'll take that as a yes. You are not dead yet, so why give up? There is still plenty of time to escape, if you try hard enough. Got that? We will meet again, Mew lectured before vanishing in another blast of light. Suddenly, I felt as though my energy had come back and the smoke had thinned a little. I jumped to my feet and looked down at the other Pokémon. Alpha had his eyes open, but still seemed out of it. The rest were definitely still unconscious. Looks like I was saving everyone solo. I bent down and grabbed hold of Bellsprout, slung him over my shoulder and ran for the exit. I leapt clear over the molten rock and dashed through the opening. I took a few moments to breathe in the cold and clearer air and dumped the grass Pokémon on the ground before charging back into the underground furnace. I chose to haul out the Scyther next, seeing as the bug looked close to catching on fire. I just managed to lift him off the ground and again managed to get him outside, despite the tight squeeze to fit through the door. I plopped him onto the ground next to Bellsprout, who had regained consciousness. Look after him. If it gets too hot, get out of here. I yelled as I dived back into the smoke and made for Bulbasaur. For someone who was in a prison cell, that guy was heavy, but I did manage to get him to safety, just. Bellsprout used its vines to drag the prone Pokémon clear while I caught my breath. Each trip was getting harder, mainly due to the slowly increasing amount of burning rocks to clear. I managed another 5 trips, saving the rest of the grass and water types, before beginning to tire properly. Damn it. I don't think I'd be able to save everyone, I gasped between gulps for air. Well, don't. Scyther can give flame assistance, Scyther said as he used his wings to hover above the ground. I wanted to argue, but I didn't want to waste the energy. Well, that, and I needed the help. The two of us shot back in, while the 2 water types, a Wartortle and Poliwag respectively, cooled down some of the rocks nearer the exit to give me a slightly easier job. Scyther. Go get Hitmonchan, I'll take Alpha. I yelled as I searched for the dirt-covered Vulpix in the smoke. After several seconds of frantic searching, I found him. Unfortunately, he was partially buried under rubble. I was about to dive in and try and dig him out when I heard Scyther yelling, "Leave him. We'll get him last." So I turned away and hauled a Rhyhorn to its feet and dragged it towards the exit. Despite it being only a baby, it was still bloody heavy. I don't know what they fed that thing, but it was nearly crushing my back. I finally managed to haul it over the heated rocks and let the grass Pokemon drag it clear. Scyther had managed to free many of the remaining Pokemon, using its speed to get them clear in record time. All that was left was Alpha and a large Geodude. Scyther will try to free Alpha. Flame, go get Geodude, the flying bug type said as it shot off through the smoke. I leapt off over the rocks and rubble that littered the cave and landed behind the only rock with arms. I hoped I'd found the right one as I leapt on top of it and started running, using its rolling to move it towards the exit. I leapt off on the final stretch, letting its momentum take it the rest of the way as I ran back towards Alpha. The entire place was rumbling as more and more of the surrounding tunnels caved in, a steady stream of dust and debris was falling from the ceiling as our cave slowly weakened. Scyther was using its blunt blades to haul off rocks as it tried to free Alpha, but it was struggling with the huge slab of rock that had Alpha pinned. The heat was starting to affect it, I could see its body glisten with sweat. "Leave him, Scyther. I'll take care of it," I cried out as I leapt on top of the rock and pulled back my fist. Scyther nodded and leapt off towards the exit as I brought my fist down on the slab center. There was a massive crash as my fist hit the rock and my claws split the thing in two. That was louder than I expected, I thought, until a boulder crashed into the ground next to me. The cave was finally giving way. I literally threw the broken slab of rock off of Alpha and picked up the injured Pokemon before bursting into as fast a sprint as my two hind legs could manage. The entire place was coming down around me, the smoke and dust practically blinding me. I was navigating by the voices as the Pokemon me and Scyther had saved yelled out. Episode 35, Lucky-ish. I had never really noticed how far away the exit was from where I had freed Alpha, but I was definitely aware of it now. The half-molten rock, while not hurting me, was slowing me down. I'd liken it to trying to run as fast as possible through a wet muddy field, while having huge boulders lobbed at you. Needless to say, the pressure was definitely building. I started to curse my heroism and my awful luck. Moron too, even though he'd never directly caused me any harm. I wasn't even sure why I had suddenly remembered Moron, seeing as my mind should have been more focused on getting the rest of me out of the danger zone in one piece. Then I noticed a high, shrill voice that stood out from the rest of those that guided me. A voice that usually gave me a headache after a while. Pika's voice. Looks like my friends finally decided to show up. Better nearly too late than never, I guess, I muttered as I dodged around a boulder. Suddenly, the yells of encouragement turned to screams which were rapidly drowned out by a loud crash as boulders fell all around me. I moved so that I was nearer the steel door, as the cave was a little sturdier there. Unfortunately, that didn't help me much. The constant barrage of rock seemed to home in on me. More than once did I have to skid to a halt and have a stupidly large rock land where I would have been had I kept going. "If we get out of this alive, you owe me big time," I told the still unconscious Alpha as I climbed over the rock and continued my mad sprint. I could just make out slivers of light through the dust cloud, I was close. My guide friends were not in sight, I guessed that they had moved clear. Again, I stopped in order to avoid being crushed and a huge boulder landed just behind me too. The shockwave nearly knocked me to the ground, but I managed to stay on my feet. I was about to move around the first boulder when a third blocked the way around. The cave-in had sped up a notch. "Bugger," was the first word that sprang to my tongue, which was surprising considering the ruder ones in my vocabulary. I heard a large crack from above and looked up to see a boulder falling down, straight towards me. This time, I used words that are considered taboo by many humans and Pokemon alike. Not exactly my choice of last words, but they fitted the circumstances well. I didn't have time to save myself and was too tired to throw Alpha clear. Besides, even if I could, he was still unconscious and would be unable to save himself anyway. Mew. Now would be a good time. I yelled as the boulder shot ever closer to my very squishable head. However, my luck returned and the boulder became wedged on top of the three that surrounded me. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't enough to allow me a way to climb out. Kept me alive, yes, but also trapped. I was really getting set off with these near-death situations. I'll consider that half a victory. There was just enough room for me to plunk Alpha on the floor and slump down myself. Sod's law really, I freed everyone else except myself and the ringleader who gave me the escape plan, I said to myself, staring at the ceiling. It could be worse, you could be dying alone, came a cough from in front of me. I nearly had a heart attack. Alpha. Don't do that, I said, but you have a point. That'd really SCK. Out of curiosity, how long have you been awake? When that last boulder came down, but it's only just now that my voice decided to work, Alpha wheezed. He must have inhaled a fair bit of dust. You okay? I asked, which was a stupid question really. Seeing as we were trapped in a cave-in and we probably didn't have much air. My tail flame was not helping that much either, although the light did help us a little. Well, I can't feel my legs, but I'm alive for the time being. Lucky me. With the light my tail flame produced, I could see Alpha's legs, and I was glad that he couldn't feel them. One was bent the wrong way, being hit by large rocks does that. Alpha was right about the lucky part, that slab that had bust his legs had only just missed his torso and head. He saw me grimace and sighed, it's that bad, huh? Yeah. Limbs are not supposed to bend that way, I said, looking away. The sight of them made me want to throw up and there wasn't enough room. I'm pretty sure Alpha wouldn't appreciate being thrown up on. Ah well, when we get out of here, I'll get Porygon to take a look-see. He and Bulbasaur, between them, can probably fix it. If we get out of here, I said, throwing my head back with a sigh which turned into a curse as my skull bashed up against one of our cage's walls. As I swore, I realized something about the wall I had been clobbered by. It was smooth, and shiny. We were trapped against the steel door. I held my ear up against it. Alpha was looking at me, quizzically, but I wasn't paying attention to him. I was using all my focus listening through the steel. I could hear faint voices on the other side, obviously of the other Pokémon. I could make out someone sobbing too. Alpha, looks like our death has upset a couple of people, I said as I began to pound on the steel and yell out as loud as possible. Soon, there was knocking from the other side and Pika's voice called back, Flame. No, it's Nurse Joy. Of course it's me, I replied sarcastically. Nice to see your sense of humor hasn't changed. Listen, Moron and Joanne will be here in a bit. They'll know how to get you out. You are not filling me with confidence here, but it's the only chance we've got, I sighed. Flame. A second voice piped up, is Alpha okay? I had to think for a few seconds for a way to phrase that. I'd let you ask him yourself, but it is probably a bad idea to move him. His legs are a little bit buggered up. But apart from that, he's fine considering the circumstances, I said, trying the long-winded approach. I think he took it fairly well, as there was only a small choked-back sob. Although I'm pretty sure that Pika helped prevent any more crying by threading using a few thousand volts of electricity. Episode 36, Last-Minute Confessions. Damn it Flame, Alpha near enough yelled, when are your friends going to get us out of here? We've been in here for ages and I'm starting to feel my legs again. It's only been 10 minutes since you last asked. Which was 5 minutes after Pika went to hurry them up. And focus on something else, like conserving our air by shutting up, I said, listening through the door for any sign of Moron and Joanne. Still no sign of the humans, I was really starting to get worried. Especially as my tail flame was starting to lose its intensity. I was keeping as calm as possible. And taking shallow breaths in a futile attempt to give us more time before we suffocated. Moron, for once in your bloody life, would you hurry up? I'd almost be glad to see you again, I thought, mentally focusing on the almost part. Flame. Came the voice of Scyther through the door, I gave a knock to signal that we were still alive. Scyther has good news. Pika has returned, the bug type added, I could almost hear it grinning. Then I heard Pika's swearing. Good news, my tail, I thought with the feeling of impending doom, or bad news. Although in circumstances, they were pretty much the same thing. I couldn't find them, Flame. I'm sorry, Pika said, in a dejected voice that definitely didn't suit her sparky nature. I completely ignored my own advice to not waste oxygen on words and blurted out, "It's not your fault, Pika. It is Flame and don't you dare say otherwise," she screamed through the door. Even Alpha jumped at that. "Or what? It's not like you could get me on your own. No, it isn't your fault that moron decided to bugger off and leave me to die. Flame. You won't die. I bloody will, if not now then later. You can't prevent the inevitable. You don't mean that. You will not die. Even if I have to dig my way to you myself." I didn't know what to say to that. There was nothing I really could say. So I settled with a simple, "Thank you," and left it at that. I wasn't good at emotional moments, but I gave it a shot anyway. "Pika. If I don't make it out of here," I said, feeling the tears well up. "What is it?" "I want you to," I stammered, my brain going into lockdown. "What?" "Rip out moron's kidneys for me." I still owe him that for the Boulder Badge crap, I managed to say. "Damn it, Flame. I thought you were going to be serious for once but instead you come out with that bull." Pika yelled and I could hear her storm off in a huff. I swore at myself, and heard a slight tapping on the door as Scyther piped up. "Scyther thinks Flame," said Pika off. Not the best last impression to leave. "I know, Scyther." I froze up and said the wrong thing. That was going to be my message to Squirtle. "Go apologize for me, would you?" I asked. "Scyther will do as Flame asks, but in return Flame must not give up hope," the ninja Pokemon said before leaving both of us alone to our thoughts. My tail Flame had nearly died out and Alpha was having another coughing fit, so it was nearly impossible to stick to the promise I made Scyther. Every time I found myself thinking about dying or the afterlife, I knocked my head against the steel door to snap myself back to reality. I think the content rat-a-tat was starting to irritate the Pokemon outside as there was a loud rumbling coming from their position. "What the hell are they doing out there?" I thought as it got louder and seemed to be heading in our direction. My thinking was interrupted, however, by the sudden chill that resounded through my body as my tail Flame went out fully and left both me and Alpha in complete darkness. I didn't like pitch black darkness, for the reason that it usually meant my tail Flame had gone out and that I only had about a half hour left to live. Alpha's coughing had faded and I could only hope that he was still conscious, as my own breathing was becoming harder with each passing second. Why do I have the sudden feeling that I'm going to meet my maker again? I asked myself as a sudden lethargy deck ended on me and I felt myself slip off into unconsciousness for what was probably going to be the last time. Episode 37, Re-Encounters of the Weird. I found myself standing, which was a shock, in the middle of the clearing I used to live with before Moron caught me. Which was an even bigger shock. I could smell the familiar scent of the oran berries. But, there was something different about it that stood out. It was silent, no sounds of Pidgeys in the distance. Not even the rustling of the tree's leaves. Silence. And it scared the hell out of me. "You really do seem to like nearly getting yourself killed, don't you, Flame?" Somebody asked from behind, making me jump nearly out of my skin. I shot round and saw Mew looking into the small pool that was at the tree's edge. "Where am I?" I asked. Mew laughed and looked up at me. "You really are an idiot." "Where do you think you are?" it said, all humor vanishing from its voice. "It looks like my old home, but it's too quiet." Good observation. In fact, this is simply an illusion I created for a simple change of scenery. There was too much doom and gloom back where you were. Wow, saying that was a mouthful and a half. Okay, so now I was confused. Okay. Now I'm confused, I said, scratching the back of my head. What? It's a comfort thing. I have that effect on a lot of people. Not so much on Pokemon, they are usually in shock that I do actually exist. So you do appear before others then? I asked, still scratching. Only once every 100 years or so, unless there is a major emergency. And could you please stop that, I'm getting itchy just looking at you. Sorry. So anyway, is this one of those rare visits or an emergency? Bit of both really. Let's just say I have an important reason to help you out. That did little to help my confusion. Why do you have to be so DMN cryptic? I asked, clenching and unclenching my fist in an attempt to prevent the scratching. Because it's more fun this way, Mew laughed, levitating off of the floor and floating up until it was sitting in the lower tree branches. Great, the ancestor of all Pokemon is a D-, I thought to myself. Mew jumped down and landed next to me, which was one heck of a leap. He also has a nasty habit of being able to read thoughts. But you are right about me there. Being alone for the majority of time does get boring, so I have to keep myself amused any way I can. And being AD is a very nice way to keep yourself amused. Mew laughed again, patting me on the back before tripping me up. In case you were wondering why you are here, I wanted to show you something. But before we get to that, would you care for an oran berry? He laughed as I climbed to my feet with a growl. And was then hit on the back of the head with one of the berries. Now, you are supposed to eat them, not get beaten up by them. Mew kept laughing as another one came shooting towards me. This one I stopped with my paw, making it splatter all over my palm. Mew stopped laughing when I then patted him on the head, with the sticky paw. The berry juice stained the pink for a purplish color. Okay, we'll call it quits. Seriously, I'm starved. So let's get on with this lunch before we get down to business. A large and flat rock appeared before us, laden with berries of all sorts. Now, let's tuck in. Sorry, but I forgot the ketchup, so we'll have to do without, Mew said, literally diving into a pile of orange berries. The food smelt all right, so I began to sample the sheer variety on offer. About a half hour later, or at least it seemed like a half hour, both me and Mew were full. The rock had run out of berries and we had polished off the oran berry bush nearby. What is that thing you mentioned earlier? Ketchup, I think it was. I asked, sitting down and too stuffed to move. It's a human thing. You put it on food to make the food taste better, Mew replied, pretty much in the same position as me, but in midair. The show-off. So anyway, what was this thing you wanted to show me? I asked, expecting a cryptic answer. And was amazed when it actually made sense. I'm going to show you what your friends are doing, while you are laying unconscious underground. Fair enough. Who are we going to spy on first? The one that hates you the most right now, Mew said, with a sly grin. So either Pika or Moron then. Although in Moron's case it is probably more fear than hatred. Mew floated over to the pool of water and beckoned me over, which SCKED because it meant I had to get up. I managed to crawl over to the pool and look down into it. I was a little surprised to see that, instead of my reflection, I was looking at Pika. You really upset her, Mew said, in a tone that reminded me of Porygon's emotionless way of speaking. You saw that then? I asked, stupidly. I was uncomfortable at the fact that Mew saw that moment, and probably knew what I had meant to say too. The fact that Pika was actually crying didn't help much. Where's Scyther? He said he was going to go apologize to her for me. He hasn't gotten to her yet, considering that he only left to go look for her a minute ago. But I asked him 2 ages ago. I said, shocked. Ages here is only seconds back there. All we can do here is observe things in various time periods, while we are in a completely different one ourselves. I'm confused again. It confused me too when Celebi explained it to me. Who? I asked, the name was alien to me. Never mind, you'll meet him eventually. Unless you keep up your habit of getting yourself maimed. Episode 38, Pika. She likes you, Flame. You do realize that? Mew said, watching Pika sobbing. I like her too, she is a good friend, I said. That's not what I meant. Then what did you? I started to say before my brain figured it out. Oh. Oh. Whoa. My brain had gone into lockdown mode again. Yes, now can you please respond in actual words instead of sound effects? Mew sighed. One moment please, I replied before walking away and head-butting a tree. I'd ask why you did that, but I don't think I want to know, came the comment from the pink cat, while I shook my head to clear it. I really did not need to be told that. I yelled at Mew. I know, but it does explain why she was upset. Well, still is upset. I don't care. I have enough bloody problems as it is, I yelled, waving my arms around like a loony. Yes, your apparent lack of sanity for one. Now calm down before you injure yourself here too, Mew calmly replied. It took me a few minutes but eventually I managed to lower my heart rate and breathing to normal. See, much better. Just be thankful I didn't reveal a few other facts about Pika and the rest of your friends, that one was just the tip of the iceberg. And it was still a bad mental image. It was a bad leader-all image. That is the one time I regret having this Big Brother-style surveillance. What? I said, scared for my life. Never mind. Wrong time, wrong dimension. I decided to leave it at that, mainly because I was too confused. I walked back over to the pool and plunked myself down next to Mew. So, why are we spying on everyone? Because, it is something to do. That and you did want to give them one last message, didn't you? Yeah, but how does this help? I asked, wondering where this was going. This little doohickey works both ways if I wanted to. So you can effectively have a conversation through it. So you can actually apologize to Pika, in person. The idea was a good one, but I was still cautious. Mew noticed and grinned, don't worry. It'll only be an illusion so she can't kill you. That wasn't what I was worried about, but thanks. Let's get this over with, I said, working myself up for the impending second take of the emotional moment. Suddenly, I found myself standing behind Pika. Well, I say standing but I was floating just off of the floor. Also, I could actually see through my paw. However, I wasn't here to look through myself and I focused on the task at hand. Could you stop with the crying? It's making my head hurt. Pika shot to her feet and spun round, eyes nearly popping out of her head as she spotted me. Flame. What the heck are you doing here? Oh, I dunno, just decided to float here for no apparent reason, I said, sarcastically. Are you a ghost? Pika asked, I could see the fear in her eyes. Apparently not, although I may be soon. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I don't hold anything against you for the time you nearly killed me because of that hypno. The tears began again, the sight of them almost made me cringe. But it's my fault that you got caught, if I'd been faster, Pika started before deteriorating completely into sobs. Well, I paid them back for that by pretty much destroying their operation. So cheer up and, for my sake, go back to the others, I said, trying to cheer her up. It didn't work. So I went with the more aggressive approach. Damn it, Pika. Pull yourself together and go help them try and save my bloody life. How are you supposed to have feelings for me if I'm a corpse? What? How did you? Pika stammered. Well, I'd stopped the crying and moved on to something just as awkward. It's amazing what a little hallucination can tell you. Anyway, I may not feel the same right now. But how am I ever going to change that if I die? I said, with a slight chuckle. She stood up and dusted herself off before nodding, you're right. We'll finish this after I save your sorry butt. I look forward to it, I laughed as she ran off. Just as she vanished from my sight, Scyther appeared. Pika went that way, I said, pointing after her. Scyther thanks floating transparent Charmander, Scyther said as he began to set off after her before stopping and turning back to me. Flame? He asked, through widened eyes. Last time I checked. Don't worry, this is merely an illusion. I'm still alive, apparently. I apologize for sending you on this errand and then doing it myself. Scyther is kinda glad. Scyther was not enjoying the thought of speaking to a volatile Pika. Scyther laughed. You're telling me. She took it fairly well. Now you might want to get back to the others, I'm pretty sure they could use your help, I said. Scyther nodded and shot off after Pika. I watched them go and nodded to myself. Okay Mew, all done here, I said, and found myself standing back in the fake clearing once more. Kinda takes you by surprise, doesn't it? Mew asked, from his place on a tree branch. Yeah. Well, that is that mess dealt with. You did pretty well, could have done better, but it was good. For a first attempt, Mew said, leaping down and walking over to the pool again. Scout's turn, methinks. Episode 39, Atonement and Scout's Revenge. This time, the weird pool showed Scout. He was flying just below the cloud line, and seemed to be watching something on the ground. What's he looking at? I asked, scratching my head again. Not a clue. And I thought I told you to stop that, Mew said, smacking me over the back of the head. Let's go have a look-see. Oh magic pool of the sea, show us what Scout can see. The pool's viewpoint suddenly changed, we seemed to be looking through Scout's eyes. Bloody hell, he can see far, Mew said. I, however, was more focused on the thing that was in the center of Scout's view. It's that rocket member who owned the Hypno. So it is. Looks like we caught Scout at a bad time, Mew sighed. Well, can't we go catch us some human BSTRDS ourselves? I could let you, but I'd have to be visible too. And I really don't need the publicity. Well, we just hit them so much that they are in no position to tell anyone about you, I said, feeling the rage boiling in my veins. I found myself standing, on solid ground this time, on the side of a pathway. Mew was hovering just behind me, out of sight to anyone coming our way. I was still see-through, but, after a trial run on an apple hanging above me, my fireballs were in perfect working order. It wasn't long at all before we heard running footsteps heading our way. Mew, is there any way to be understood by humans? I asked, a plan forming in my head. Yeah, why? Just do it. Calm down. All done, Mew said, giving me a thumbs up. The two rocket bandits shot into view. They had obviously been running a while, they were panting for breath. Well well well. We meet again, I laughed as I stepped out into the middle of the road. The rockets came to an abrupt halt and stared at me. What? What are you? One asked, he looked about ready to faint. Oh gee, that is a toughie, I said sarcastically, I'm a bloody Charmander. What does it look like? But you're transparent, the other rocket stammered, in a similar condition to the first. That's just a minor detail. Anyway, I believe I still owe you an arse kicking for being imprisoned, I said, chuckling at the look of horror on their faces. One quickly stepped forward and lobbed a pokeball in my direction. Suddenly the Hypno stood before me once more. We meet again, Charmander. We sure do, and this time, I have the advantage, I said, as Scout appeared out of nowhere and slammed the Hypno to the floor before attacking with beak and talons. Now, where were we? I asked the rockets, one of whom's eyes rolled as he fainted on the spot. The second turned tail and began to flee, and tripped up over Mew's tail. Sorry, I had to get a piece of the action. Now, do we boil his head or just rip him limb from limb? Mew laughed as he jumped onto the rocket's back. My reply was cut short as Scout was slung straight through me, which was slightly disturbing. Although that as disturbing as Hypno's psychotic laughter. You really think that I can be beaten that way? It laughed. It worked the first time. You really ought to get that look at, I countered, staring at Hypno's slightly squashed nose. Ha, you may not be solid, but your mind is still intact. I still have power over you, came the reply as Hypno raised its hand. Its laughter turned to a cry of shock when it realized that its shiny medallion had vanished. You may be powerful, but you needed a catalyst. Lose that, and you are useless, Scout muttered as he walked forwards, the medallion held firmly in his beak. You're outgunned and outnumbered, Mew said, as he floated up right beside me. The hypno was close to wetting itself by that time. Scout glared it in the eyes and calmly said, "You have 10 seconds, if you are still in my sight then we will come after you." The hypno didn't need to be told twice and legged it as though there were ghosts after it. Although, in a way, it was right. I heard a muffled cursing and turned round to see the 2 rockets tied up and gagged with vines, while being hung from a large tree branch. "Well, what do we do with them?" Mew said, patting his handiwork. "Joanne'll be here soon, with the proper authorities. They'll deal with them." "May I ask who you are?" Scout asked. "I'm Flame's guardian angel," Mew laughed. Scout looked at me. "He loves being cryptic," I shrugged. "Yeah. But I am right. Flame here needed one, can't go more than a day without getting himself killed." "Yeesh, even Kenny isn't that bad," Mew laughed. "Who?" "Never mind. Wrong time, wrong place again." I sighed. "Pretty much. I really need to show you that sometimes, somebody needs to understand my jokes." "Okay," Scout said, looking confused, "what are you doing here?" "I presume this isn't a formal visit." "Actually I just wanted to see what you were up to and clean up any messes between us, just in case I don't make it out of my current near-death experience intact." "There are not any messes between us. I told you before that you had atoned for your mistakes, how you've over-atoned." "Very honorable, ain't he?" Mew laughed and patted Scout on the back. "Anyway, we better be going. We've got a few more stops to make and I don't want to hang around longer than needed." Episode 40, Surprise. The transportation was a little more sudden that time, ending with me falling on my arse. "Sorry 'bout that, Flame. But I was in a bit of a hurry and forgot to stabilize the warp thingamajig," Mew said, hovering above the pool. "You did that on purpose," I growled, my temper beginning to flare up. "The hell he did," came a voice, one I thought I would never hear again. "What? No hug?" Seeing my sister again, especially since she definitely was dead, was enough to activate brain lockdown mode. "Wah? How?" I blurted out, making me seem like a terminally ret-dead person. "Okay, this time try filling in the rest of the words," Mew sighed. It took several deep breaths before continuing, "How the hell are you here?" "Oh, ain't that nice?" "I could go again if you'd prefer," Nina said, with a raised eyebrow. "Well, I scale." She hadn't changed physically since I last saw her, which was about 3 years previously, so I was now bigger than my elder sister. "No. I meant, how are you still in existence?" "You're dead." "Thank Mew, although I can only exist in this world. I can't go back into the real world," Nina said. She noticed me confused expression and laughed. "I don't fully understand it either." Mew floated down so that he was between us. "Okay, who's for lunch?" "I'm starved." The stone table reformed, laden with food once more. Both Mew and Nina dived in, but I didn't feel like eating. Finding out your long-dead sibling can still exist does that to you. I sat away from them and stared at a berry I had in my paw, for what seemed like minutes. I was slapped from my thoughts, literally, as a large branch smashed me over the back of the head. "What the hell, Mew?" I yelled, jumping up and was about to launch a fireball into Mew's face when I realized that Mew was still eating. "Nina. What was that for?" "I wanted to get you out of your angsty thoughts." A big stick seemed like the way to go. If she hadn't been dead for 3 years, I'd have smashed her over the head with a rock. So instead I took it as calm as possible. And lobbed a handful of berry mush at her instead. She wiped the splattered berries off of her face and glared at me. "You didn't just," she started. "Oh, I did," I interrupted, quickly gathering another handful and letting it fly. "This means war." She ducked under my volley and diving tackled me to the floor. I managed to heave her off, using my extra size and weight, and leapt onto the food rock. I scooped up a lea full of half-mashed berries and launched it at Nina, who rolled out of the way and fired her own volley at me. I managed to avoid the bombardment by diving to the side. Do you mind? That nearly hit me. Waste of perfectly good food, Mew grumbled from his place at the rock, still eating. Me and Nina made eye contact and she grinned, baring all her teeth. You're going down, Nina yelled, winking at me. The hell I am, I countered, knowing exactly what her plan was. We got to our feet and stood, on opposite sides of the table, while staring each other down. I saw, out of the corner of my eye, a ball of dried grass roll past. At the exact same time, we scooped up some more berries and both ended up with 2 handfuls each. 3, 2, 1. Nina yelled as she let loose a fast shot in my direction. I sidestepped and counterattacked with one of my own, while launching my other handful at Mew. She dodged mine and followed up with a double-handed throw at Mew. The cat took mine shot on the forehead, making him look up and take Nina's right between the eyes. The force of the attack knocked the pink Pokémon onto his back while me and Nina celebrated. Of course, a minute later, we found ourselves pinned down by heavy suppressive fire as Mew psychically hurled berries and small rocks at us from all directions. I think we set him off. Gee, you think? I said sarcastically, while ducking under a flying stone. As quick as it started, instantaneously for all you more idiotic people, or do I need to dumb it down further, the bombardment stopped. Flame, sorry to ruin your moment. But you're going to have to go back to your body now, Mew said, looking at the pool of water. What? Why? I cannot explain, but you have to. You're not making any sense. But, then again, you never do. Fine. I'll go back, I muttered as I walked over to the pool. I'd ask you to come visit but that'd involve you getting beat up, Nina laughed as I felt myself get dizzy and my vision faded once more. Welcome back to hell, population, me. Episode 41, Squirtle and Alpha. I opened my eyes a fraction, and nearly fainted when I was able to see the rocks in front of me. Light? How the hell? I thought to myself, suddenly aware that I was no longer freezing my tail off. Ah, looks like Sleeping Beauty finally decided to rejoin the party, came the chuckle from behind. Alpha? The one and only. You missed our rescuers managing to get some air in here, but they can't remove the wall without the roof falling in on us. Well, that explains why I can breathe. But not how I'm not dying of cold. Easy, I am a fire Pokémon, so it was a piece of cake to set your tail alight again. Thanks. No problem, after all, you've saved my tail at least twice, so it was the least I could do. We drifted into silence, trapped in our own thoughts. Although, our stomachies seemed to be thinking along the same lines as the silence was broken by their rumbling. I'm hungry. I noticed. It's been ages since I last ate, remind me never to go on hunger strikes before a prison breakout. Do you plan on getting into another prison? Good point. I'm beginning to wonder if I can eat these small pebbles. Probably, wouldn't do you much good later though. Trust me on that one, came a voice from the other side of the boulder that locked us in. The sarcastic tone could only have come from one Pokémon. Squirtle. I was wondering whether you'd actually show up. I'd have gotten here quicker if Pika hadn't tried to kill me for being too slow, Squirtle laughed. Any chance of us getting out sometime soon? We're starved in here. Alpha asked, straight to the point. Hello, nice to meet you too, came the sigh, not a chance, if we tried then either our tunnel or your little hole would cave in. Both scenarios we don't want. Is there any chance of us getting out at all? We're trying to dig under the boulder, but it'll be slow progress. The silence started up again, as both Alpha and Squirtle stopped in order to think. While they were busy, I spotted how we had managed to get air inside our prison. A gap between the wall and the ceiling. I climbed to my feet, shacking slightly from hunger, and managed to climb up to peek through it. Squirtle. I said, would it be possible to widen this gap? There was the sound of mild grunting and cursing before Squirtle appeared on the hole's other side. "I guess, but not wide enough to get you out," he said with a sigh. "But wide enough to actually get some food in?" I asked. "Maybe get something in here to help fix Alpha's legs." "That might actually be possible. I'll go ask the tunneling expert and see what I can do." He vanished from the hole and I hopped down back to the floor. My arms were starting to hurt from holding me up for so long. "Well, it doesn't look so bad. We can breathe, we got some light and we might actually get something to eat. Unfortunately, my legs will start hurting again once I've eaten my fill." "You've just confused me. I'm so hungry, I'm not noticing the pain. How else do you think I managed to crawl over here and ignite your tail? I can't do fireballs like you can. I'm sure Porygon can think of something to fix you up." "You hope." "Damn it, Alpha, what happened to all of the 'we will get out of here' optimism? Or was all of it utter bull?" I snapped. The Vulpix didn't relpy, the depressing silence taking over once more. I slumped down onto the ground and spent the next few minutes picking up dirt and watching it run through my claws. Boring, I know. But there isn't much to do in a naturally made prison. I was about to fall asleep when something hit me on the back of the head. I looked round to see a small, slightly dirty, berry laying on the ground. Soon, a second joined it. Then a third. Eventually there was a small pile. "That'll keep you going for a few hours, we should have some proper food by then," Squirtle's voice came through the hole I had discovered. Alpha looked up in confusion, so I yelled out, "Lunch time." I split the pile of berries in half and handed Alpha his portion while tucking into my own. It didn't take me long to finish, but it stopped my stomach grumbling at me. Alpha took his time with his, savoring the taste. Berries are probably a new food for him, I realized. I really didn't know anything about Alpha, or any of the other allies I had made. The thought was a disturbing one. Luckily, I didn't have to think about it much as another couple of berries hit me on the back of the head. Alpha looked up from his meal while I looked at the new DLVRY. They were brownish with dirt, but I could still spot several patches of the vivid red color. "These are not for eating, you never know when some extra firepower may come in handy," Squirtle laughed. Episode 42, Tunnel Life. "You never actually told me where Moron was, you realize that?" I said, leaning up against the rock wall. "He went back towards the town, said he needed to get something," Squirtle sighed. I could picture the shrug that came with those words. "Well, it looks like I'll be able to get some payback. When you get out of this." "Yeah. It's nice to see someone else with a little optimism." "Optimism, my foot, you're practically invulnerable. You survived an onyx blow to the ribs, poison, hypno and several cave-ins. I see what you mean. This should be a piece of cake for you." "Cake? Human food, you'd love it." "Right now, I'd love any food. When's Pika going to get back with lunch?" "Breakfast actually." "Well, sorry, I can't tell due to there being no night or day in here." "Apology accepted, easy mistake to make. She probably won't be back for a while yet." "Any luck with the tunneling?" "Not yet, we could probably make a small hole underneath your wall, but it wouldn't be big enough to get you out without endangering the diggers." "DMN. What about going under the door, would that work?" "No, we already thought of that. The door is rested on solid rock. We can't dig through it without more power, and that might cause your ceiling to collapse." I cursed mentally. I had been sure that we'd have been able to get out that way. Me and Alpha had been trapped in the cave for several days now, according to Squirtle. Many of the Pokemon I had saved had left to go on their separate ways. Porygon and Bulbasaur had stayed, for Alpha. Both Hitmonchan and Scyther had stayed because they felt that they had a debt to repay. The Rhyhorn had carved out the small tunnel that Squirtle was standing in and was busy trying to dig around our prison, in order to see if we could get out from another angle. Unfortunately, that was taking a large amount of time and I really didn't have the attention span. Alpha spent most of the time asleep, in order to let his injured legs heal better, leaving me on my own. I had taken to throwing pebbles up in the air and trying to catch them. Unfortunately, my claws were not built for throwing upwards and the pebbles usually clobbered me on the head on the way back down. The rejection of my escape plan rattled me, but I wasn't going to give up on it. You said you'd need more power to get through the rock, what did you mean? We'd need to bust our way in. But the vibrations that doing so would cause, might cause your cave to collapse. But what if you could weaken the rock without having to use so much force? I asked, a plan forming in my mind. How? It's solid rock. There is no other way. For you, maybe. But for me, there is always a way. I'll humor you on this one, try whatever you want. Just be careful. Ain't I always? That's what I'm worried about. I trundled over to the steel wall and began to dig a small grove in front of it. I still hadn't really thought up a plan and was really just winging it. Soon, I had dug a small hole and finally reached the rock face. I'd also amassed a fairly large pile of dirt, making our little home even smaller. I was the only one who was mobile anyway, and I was going down instead of around in circles, so the dirt wouldn't affect us much. I boosted myself out of the hole I had created and leaned on the pile, trying to figure out what I was going to do next. Are you so bored that you need to make a mess? Came the yawn from Alpha. No, I may have just found a way out of this hellhole, I replied with a grin. Through solid rock? Yep. How? Smash it? No. According to Squirtle, that'd kill us. So how are we going to get through solid rock? We heat it up until we can break our way through without killing ourselves. Alpha looked at me like I had gone crazy. Then again, I probably had from boredom. How do you suggest we do that? Our fire isn't anywhere near hot enough, he said. I laughed and picked up one of the spicy berries. That's where these little buggers come in. What? We're going to lob berries at them? Alpha said, looking at me like I was even crazier than he was. No. I found out that these things give you one heck of a flamethrower. I practically incinerated a tree after eating one of these. I'm pretty sure that the 5 we got here will provide enough juice to burn our way out. Right. And then we climb through your tiny hole. It'll be bigger by then, you idiot. Alpha was silent for a few seconds as he thought about my plan. I could see the thoughts bouncing around his head. Eventually, he nodded and turned to me, so, what are the downsides of your plan? How might we get killed? Well, the place could collapse. But it could do that right now, it's luck that we survived at all, I answered. So no more danger than us being alive then? Well, it might get a little hot but that shouldn't be a problem for us. Alpha stopped again, the thinkings coming back with a vengeance. While he was so preoccupied, I took the time to move the 5 berries onto a small rock pile I had made so I wouldn't lose them. Well, Flame. What are you waiting for? Let's dig us a hole. Alpha cried out, finally. I dived back into the hole and began shoveling out the loose dirt with new strength. There was finally a light at the end of the tunnel, and I was going to be the cause of it. Episode 43, Cause and Effect. By the time breakfast had arrived, I had doubled the depth of the hole and Alpha had managed to shift the massive dirt pile into one of the corners. I clambered out of the hole and collapsed in a heap. Yeesh, digging is more knackering than I thought. Well, at least all you are doing is moving softer dirt, try chipping away at bricks if you want to know what knackering really is, Alpha laughed. I think I'll pass. How are your legs? Better, I can put a little weight on them but walking is still a bit difficult. Why? You're going to need to get down that hole somehow. Looks like I'll end up carrying you, I sighed. Less work for me. After eating the berries that Pika had found, I told everyone in the tunnel outside of our cage to get clear. Are you sure this is going to work? Alpha asked. I thought for a couple of seconds, as I picked up the berries that formed the basis of the entire plan. Not a clue, let's find out. I said, throwing the berry into the air and catching it in my mouth before swallowing it. It took a few seconds for the spiciness to kick in, the dirt slowing the process down. But when it came good. I barely had time to gasp for breath before the heat became unbearable and I had to let it out. The flame that I blasted forth was white hot, as expected, and right on target too. It shot down the hole and slammed into the rock face. I could feel the air temperature rising, as I struggled to maintain the blast. But eventually I had to stop in order to catch my breath. Alpha peeked down the hole and laughed. The rock is glowing red. Keep going. Despite my taste buds wanting me not to continue, I swallowed a second berry and fired another burst of fire. The temperature continued to rise while I pelted the rock with everything I had. When I finally halted the second time, I felt a little ill but I continued. This time, I downed 2 berries at once. The sudden internal heatwave threatened to kill me. Obviously, my insides are not fireproof. The resulting wave of fire wasn't white, it was a vivid blue instead. While it pounded the rock face, I was aware of small licks of flame shooting back out of the pit. One landed just before me, and melted the dirt instantly. I was also aware that my tail flame was burning brighter than it ever had before, trying to burn the excess heat from my body. The flames finally stopped and I panted for oxygen, nearly passing out from the exertion I'd put on my body. The hot air, while refilling my lungs, burned the back of my throat almost as much as the spicy aftertaste from the berries did. Suddenly, I heard a gasp from Alpha. "The rocks are melting completely," he said, watching the molten rock pool from where he stood at the hole's edge. Suddenly, the pool began to spit out small shots of ignited rock everywhere. Most of the offshoots hit the ceiling but plenty landed around us. I was just out of their range, but Alpha wasn't. Time seemed to slow down as I watched one arc through the air and collide with the back of his head. The force of the impact knocked Alpha off of his feet. Unfortunately, he was so close to the hole's edge that he began to slide in. His injured legs unable to stop his descent towards the bubbling rock pool below. I dived forwards, ducking under an offshoot, and managed to grab hold of his tails while trying to find a patch of solid ground. Slowly, I was sliding towards the pool too, but I latched onto a large rock on the ground and came to a stop. I looked down at Alpha and saw his nose only just above the deadly molten mud bath. "You okay?" I shouted above the crackling rock pool. "Oh, course I'm okay. My nose is just above certain doom, and my entire body weight is being held up by my tails," came the sarcastic reply from the wounded Vulpix. I managed to dig in my heels and began to heave backwards. I knew it was hurting Alpha but there was no other way for me to be able to pull him to safer ground. Eventually, his legs managed to grip the floor and he was able to limp clear. "That bloody hurt," he said, nursing his tails. "Sorry, maybe next time I'll leave you to die." I sat down beside him, exhausted and still no closer to escaping. Then, I spotted something out of the corner of my eye. The spot where Alpha had been struck with the rock offshoot was glowing slightly. The white glow intensified and rapidly spread until his entire body was glowing. I had to shield my eyes from the light, it was blinding now. "What the hell is this?" I asked myself, backing away slightly. Eventually the light began to fade, and I was able to look at Alpha again. My eyes widened at the sight before me. "Alpha?" I stammered. He was now twice as big as he was only a minute ago and 3 more tails had appeared. What was more spectacular, however, was the pure white fur that now covered him. "Wow, that was one heck of a shock to the system," the new, and hopefully improved, Alpha laughed. Episode 44, The Vulpine's Power. Alpha?" I said, shaking myself out of the trance that the recent events had put me in. "Yes, Flame?" Alpha asked, looking down at me, "You seem somewhat shorter than usual. Less angry too. You just got a little bit bigger, and the lack of angry can be explained by the spitting rocks that are flying around," I said, ducking under a stray offshoot. Suddenly, Alpha began to glow once more, but this time it was focused on the tips of his tails. I hope he does not get much bigger, I thought to myself. He won't be able to fit down the tunnel. The glowing vanished, leaving blue flames in their wake. The fires shot into the air and hovered around the two of us, absorbing any offshoot that came close. I noticed that Alpha's legs were in working condition, obviously his evolution had fixed that problem. Well, we're safe from having a molten rock go through our head and out the other side, Alpha laughed. Yeah, but we're still stuck here. On the contrary, there is still the tunnel out of here. Have you forgotten the molten rock pool that you were nearly incinerated by? Watch and learn, young flame. Porygon told me about a nice little move that should clear the way very nicely. So we're safe then? I asked. I only know the theory, I may not be able to pull it off. And even if I do, I might not be able to control it and it may backfire. I thought about it for a few seconds, weighing the odds. Eventually, I came to decision. Screw it, have a shot. We've winged it this far. If this works, I'll call it even on the life-saving crap. Deal, you might want to stand back though. I took his advice, and stepped back until I could go no further. Alpha moved closer to the rook pool and partially crouched down. Porygon. He yelled, you might want to get everyone out of the way. The blue flames circled around him, giving him an ethereal look. His 9 tails fanned out behind him and I swear that a small gust of wind blew through the cavern. Alpha threw back his head and let loose a howl that chilled me to the core. I could feel, and hear, the raw energy crackling off of him. He reared up onto his hind legs, focused on the target before slamming his feet on the floor. The sudden movement caused a large, and probably deadly, blast of white light to be launched straight towards the rock pool. The entire thing, from beginning to attack, had only taken a couple of seconds, but the effects would definitely be remembered for a long time afterwards. The blast was too big to fit in the tunnel, so it carved a new one in both the rock face and the steel door. I'd never noticed just how thick that door was, but Alpha's attack went through it as though it wasn't even there. It only began to lose power after that, as it formed more of a visible shape and slammed into a tree. The shockwave from the explosion nearly knocked both me and Alpha to the ground. Well, that worked nicely, Alpha said, panting for breath. Evidently, that attack had taken a lot out of him, but by Mew it worked. I walked forwards until I was next to the X-Vulpix. The blast had turned the air around us stale, so, after patting him on the back, I leapt down into the tunnel and walked out into the open air with Alpha coming up behind. Squirtle and Pika were both staring at me with mouths agape. I stared back before laughing. What? I didn't do that one. You most certainly did not, Porygon said. In your current state, a hyper beam would be impossible to pull off successfully. It would probably kill you. I'll keep that in mind. Leave the big explosives to the crazy fox, I laughed. The feel of sunlight on my scales was making me giddy. Episode 45, Reflections of the Psychotic. Suddenly, a loud crash came from behind as the cave we had been trapped in collapsed and sent a wave of dust after us. When it cleared, I turned back to see Alpha coated in dirt. So, he was back to his usual unclean state. The cloud had stopped just short of me, but Pika had taken a good blasting from it too. Pika? You have a little something on, well, everywhere, I said, breaking out into some more insane laughter. Busting out of a sealed cave after being trapped in it for several days really messes with your head. The sunlight doesn't help much. I was snapped out of my insanity as Scyther tackled me to the ground. I was about to shout at him, when a blast of lightning shot straight over my head and set a tree on fire. Would Flame please refrain from annoying Pika? Scyther said, pretty much dragging me along the ground to avoid the electrical pulses being sent out way. What's her problem? I yelled as Scyther hurled me over a bush and vanished from view. I peeked over the top of it, just in time, to see Pika strangling Squirtle. She's really lost it, I said to myself, and was shocked when I got a reply. She does that. She is very temperamental. I spun round, tripped up and fell flat on my face. When I'd gotten back up, I couldn't see who had spoken. "Who's there?" I asked, trying to spot movement in the undergrowth. "Just little ol' me," came the reply. I couldn't place where it had come from. The voice was new to me, so I had no idea who it was. I turned back to look over the bush and nearly had a heart attack when I found myself looking straight in the eyes of the Rhyhorn. "Ack! Don't do that!" I yelled. "Sorry. Got room for one more? The others will have their hands full and I'm not going to be much help." I sighed before slumping down onto the ground. "Sure. Why not? Come on and pull up a rock." As the Rhyhorn leapt over the plant barrier, a blast of lightning shot straight towards him. "Crap!" I yelled, shoving the larger Pokémon to the side while it was still in midair, before ducking under the attack. "Thanks," Rhyhorn muttered as it climbed to its feet. "You're welcome." "I think," I replied, peeking through the bush this time. It was a war zone out there. Squirtle had managed to get free of the psychotic Pikachu and had taken cover behind a boulder. Charred patches of grass were everywhere as she just blasted everything. Scyther was constantly having to leap over bolts, and wasn't making much headway. I spotted the strange glow coming from the direction of Alpha and the blue fires appeared once more, this time absorbing most of Pika's thunderbolts. Both Bulbasaur and Scyther saw their chances, Bulbasaur using his vines to hold her back while Scyther clubbed her over the head with the back of his arm blade things, the flat half unfortunately. "I believe that we are safe now," Porygon said appearing, seemingly out of nowhere, right behind me. "Gah! Would you lot stop doing that?" I cried, spinning round and punching the floating wise ass in the face. "Your suggestion has been noted," Porygon replied, when he managed to right himself, but I was more worried about my fist. Porygon's face was harder than a rock, so it bloody hurt when I hit it. Note to self, next time, use fireballs instead of brute force. Flame. Arg! I yelled, following my internal voice's idea and fireballing the Pokémon that had startled me. I'd never need. Squirtle moved too quickly as when he dived out of the way of my, very nicely aimed, shot. "Damn it, Flame, at least gimme a warning before you do that. Give me a warning before you sneak up behind me. Oh come on, you wuss." "Okay. That's it. I may be a wuss but at least I'm not lunch." Squirtle stood there, gormless, as he tried to figure out what I had just said. He finally realized what I had meant after I shot him a very toothy grin. "Aw crap," he muttered, "why can't I ever have non-psychopathic friends?" "You got until the count of 5. Start running." "Yes sir." Squirtle yelled, throwing a mock salute before legging it. I glanced over at Rhyhorn, who seemed to know exactly what was coming. 5. I yelled, bypassing the numbers before it, inhaling fully before sending the biggest fireball I could after the water Pokémon. Squirtle was only saved from severe burns when Alpha stepped into the fireball's path and took the blow head-on. I thought he'd completely lost it but, when the small explosion cleared, there he was, standing completely unharmed. Porygon floated slowly round me, before speaking. "Alpha's kind can absorb fire. It's kind of a nourishment for them." "Right. So what happened to him? How did he suddenly change like that?" I asked the question that had been bugging me for a while. "Elementary, literally. The caves around here used to be a elemental stone mine until Team Rocket changed it for their operation. There was a firestone deposit in the rock face under the steel door. Your upgraded fire managed to melt it, which caused those offshoots that Alpha told me about. One struck Alpha, but the evolutionary process took about a minute to fully kick in." "No it didn't. It only took about 20 seconds. In that case, he must have been close to the liquefied firestone. You could say that, dangling just above it if you want to be exact. That would have sped up the evolution by a fair margin." The long, complicated lecture that Porygon was about to go into was interrupted by Bulbasaur screaming, "She's awake. Run for your lives." Naturally, everyone dived for cover. Well, everybody except me. my brain had decided to go into standby mode. I found myself looking Pika straight in the eyes and, boy, did she look ready to kill. Ah crap. Episode 46, Shock to the System. As she stepped closer, I backed off. I was too busy fearing for my life that I completely neglected the fact that I could just fireball her and run like hell. Crap crap, crap. I muttered to myself, over and over again as I was backing away. However, soon I was backed up against one of the few trees that hadn't been blown up by the hyper beam or set on fire by a lightning bolt. I was trying to keep calm as Pika came closer and closer. Still muttering, crap, under my breath, I was hoping that Mew'd come and save me like he did in the cave-in. No such luck though, as Pika was only steps away from me by this time. Well, at least she hasn't fried me yet, I thought to myself, in a futile attempt to stop the fear building up. She stopped right in front of me, glaring me in the eye. I was actually shaking from fear by that point. Flame, she muttered, all emotion gone. Yes? I asked, trying to press myself through the wood of the tree behind me and failing dismally. I'll spare you the details of what she did to me, but it was one thing that neither my brain or my face would forget anytime soon. What just happened here? I asked as she walked away. I was in shock that I was still alive. Would you like to see the recording of the event? Or would a detailed verbal description be enough? Porygon asked. No, that won't be needed, I replied, scratching the back of my head. Squirtle and Scyther stepped out of their hiding places, both visibly shocked. I thought she was going to rip out your internal organs, Squirtle said as he walked up. I'm upset now. I was looking forward to that and instead I get bugger all except a bit of mushy crap. Are all the females Flame knows this temperamental? Scyther asked. I didn't even need to think about that question. Both Pika and Nina were more than temperamental. Pretty much. Or just pretty? Squirtle asked with a deadpan expression. What the hell are you on about? I asked. Never mind. Wrong time, wrong dimension, I said, without thinking. I mentally cursed myself. No one was supposed to know about Mew. Did Pika screw up your head too? Alpha asked, from his place in the treetop. Very probably, I replied, trying to cover my tracks. You are a bad liar, Flame, came Porygon's reply. What did you mean? Fine, I had a couple of hallucinations that I'd rather not go into the details of, I said, turning away to avoid any further questions. Flame. Squirtle said from behind me. What? You can't keep staring at that tree forever. Oh, you'd be surprised. No, I won't. Pika's coming back. My first instinct was to climb that tree as fast as possible. My second, and wiser, one was to climb it slightly slower so I wouldn't fall off or set it on fire accidentally. I jumped up next to Alpha as Pika stopped just below me. Flame, there is something I don't get. Why did you go back into that cave? You could easily have escaped on your own, so why return? The question was a tough one. I wasn't sure of the answer myself. Because it seemed the right thing to do. After all, without Alpha and the others' help, I'd never have made it out of the cage I was stuck in. So it was returning the favor? She asked. I could see where she was heading but I stuck to my tail. Pretty much. The honorable thing. Chivalry. It's something that the stupid Pidgey friend of yours would do. You're both morons. She cried. Normally I'd attack you for insulted both mine and my friend's honor, but I understand the stress you are under and will let it slide this time, Scout replied, landing on the branch beside me. Scout. How long have you been here? I asked, glad to see him. Even if only to direct Pika's anger away from myself. I heard an explosion and headed over. I got here when Pika had you pinned down against this tree, came the reply. I'm sure he was grinning behind that beak. It's not my fault that I thought she was going to kill me, I said, glaring at him through narrowed eyes. The look on your face after she kissed you, nearly killed me, came the Pidgey's reply. Episode 47, A New Horizon. In order to distract myself from the rising urge to shove Scout off of the branch he was standing on, I took a quick glance around. Or, at least, I would have if something else hadn't attracted my attention. Food. Precious food. I reached up above my head and plucked a nice plump apple and started tucking in. I hadn't had an apple since I'd been captured, and I remembered what I'd missed. The thought stole my hunger and I stared down at the apple. I missed home. Scout? I asked, throwing the apple away and focusing on the horizon. Yes, Flame. Scout asked, concern evident in his voice. You ever miss your old home back in the forest? Sometimes. But I was missing a lot back there, he laughed. What do you mean? Back there I was a loner, fighting to keep my small patch of forest. Now I have friends, teammates, and don't have that burden to keep. I could see his point, battling for a clearing did seem kind of pointless, but back then it was what you did without question. And, he started again, look at the friends I've made. You and the Ratata's clan. And there'll be many more to come. Yes, the journey is going to be difficult at times, but the result is going to be much better than if I had stayed in the forest. I see your point, I said, remembering the people I wouldn't have met without Moron. Scout, Alpha, Squirtle, Scyther, and I'd have kept my fear of snakes if I hadn't met Ekans. I might settle down somewhere, someday. But, until then, let's just enjoy the adventures. You're coming with us? I asked, puzzled. I let the Joanne girl capture me. After all, they needed my help in tracking Team Rocket down. The bird laughed. Besides, you could use the help. I couldn't help but join in and laugh. Thanks, Scout, I said, smiling. No problem, anything for a ally, Scout chuckled. Sorry to interrupt, Alpha sighed, but the Pikachu is climbing up the tree. I peeked down and saw her leaping from the lower branches, straight up towards me. Time to go. I yelled, leaping off of the branch and plummeting straight towards the, very solid, ground. The tree I leapt from was much bigger than the last one I had jumped off of, but there was no way that I was going to let Pika corner me again. I heard Scout screeching as he shot off after me, but he wasn't fast enough. The ground was shooting towards me and there was nothing any of my Pokemon friends could do. Not my brightest ideas, I thought to myself as I prepared for the pain that would occur when my head hit the floor. Amazingly, I was saved at the last second by Moron diving out of nowhere and catching me with both arms. He skidded along the ground on his stomach before finally coming to a halt. He slowly climbed to his feet and looked down at me. Used to be a goalie, never knew I'd have to save someone's life like that though, he laughed, placing me on the ground. You obviously got yourself out just fine, he sighed as he turned away and waved at another human. Sorry, Officer Jenny. Looks like they got themselves out of trouble. Officer Jenny? Porygon said, with what I guessed was shock. Moron shoot round, looking surprised. Ack. It speaks English. I can also speak 67 other languages, which would you prefer? Porygon told him. English works, I was just surprised. The human called Officer Jenny stepped forwards and looked down at the Porygon. You were one of the Rocket's captives. I'm amazed they could keep you locked up. They used a triple matrix locking device, I needed a catalyst to unlock the doors. Flame here managed to find me one and we unlocked all of the cages in one go. Simple, really. So you managed to engineer an escape attempt and literally destroyed their operation in the process? The human asked. Actually the cave-in was an accident. And the idea wasn't my own, that honor belongs to the Ninetales in the tree behind you. And mine. I piped up. Oh yes, Flame did come up with a fair chunk of it too. I presume that you have managed to capture many of the Rocket members as they fled. A fair few, about 100 in total. It took the police force of both Pewter and Cerulean cities to keep up with them all. So there must be approximately 50 of them still around, Porygon said in the closest thing to a sigh that the emotionless thing could possibly do. Alpha leapt down from the tree with no problem, his longer legs absorbing the impact easily. "We, the Pokemon Rebellion, would be honored to help you take them down," he said, while Porygon translated it into human. "We, the police, would be honored for your assistance," Officer Jenny laughed, "assuming the rest of you wish to stay." Bulbasaur and Hitmonchan didn't hesitate, "We're staying. This place is worth fighting for." Porygon agreed to remain behind too. Alpha turned to me and Scyther. "Well? You want to help us out?" he asked. "I'll pass," I said, "my place is on the road with Moron and the others." "Scyther will go with Flame," came the reply from the ninja Pokemon. After Porygon translated all of our decisions, Moron smiled at me. "I figured you'd had gone off with the others, but you're going to come with us instead." "Thanks Scout for that," I replied, Porygon still translating. "Scout? Oh, you mean the Pidgey friend of yours? That reminds me, this belongs to you," Moron said as he pulled out the Nidorann's horn that I'd been given out of his pocket. "It fell off when Team Rocket snagged you." He leant down and gave it back to me, watching me take it back. "Thanks. You're not as dumb as I thought you were, Moron," I said, Porygon translating it word for word. The look on Moron's face was priceless, but he got over it fast and laughed. "I'll take that as a compliment. Now let's get going, Cerulean's gym isn't going to wait for itself. As long as an Onix isn't involved." Episode 48, Fatherhood. We left Alpha and the others behind as we continued on our grand adventure. I was taking it easy, for once, and sunning myself while laying on top of Moron's backpack. Joanne had arrived a few minutes previously, with a few more of the police force. Apparently, they had expected trouble. Well, they hadn't bargained on trying to get Pika out of a tree. The memory made me chuckle quietly. Scyther had decided to stay in a Pokeball until needed, saying that he preferred the solitude. Well, each to his own. I preferred being outside, until it decided to rain. Bugger. The one time I get to be lazy and it decides to bloody rain. I grumbled, hopping off of the backpack and traipsing along on foot instead. "Well, it's not that bad," Squirtle laughed, "look over there. Cerulean City at last." I followed his gaze and spotted a huge cluster of buildings, just around the corner of the path we're on. "I don't care where it is, as long as it has shelter from the bloody rain," I said, breaking into a sprint, on all fours, towards our destination. A sudden sense of unease brought me to a halt as Squirtle caught up, struggling to regain his breath. "Why'd you stop?" he wheezed. "Something is wrong here," I said, all of my internal alarm bells were ringing. There was a strange smell on the air, one that I remembered from my childhood. One that I would often remember in nightmares. The musky stench of death. I quickly spotted the cause of the strange scent. A white furred tail was laying on the muddy ground, its owner partially hidden behind a hedge. "Squirtle. Get Moron and Joanne over here, pronto," I told him as I dashed over to the unknown Pokemon, hoping that my senses had lied to me. But my hoping was in vain. As I got a closer look, I knew that I was too late. Vivid red fur was mottled with blood, that was still leaking out of several large gashes that ran along the Pokemon's side. This didn't happen that long ago, I said to myself, placing my hand upon the deceased Pokemon's head as a sign of respect. "I'm sorry," I muttered, tears mingling with the raindrops as they ran down my cheeks. "If I had been half an hour faster, then maybe I could have stopped this." "Oh my God!" came Moron's cry as he ran up. "Who would do anything like this? You poor Flareon." He bent down and picked up the dead Flareon in his arms, openly weeping. Joanne was in a similar condition. Cold-blooded murder had taken a Pokemon's life and we were too late to save the day. I was jolted out of my reverence by the sound of mewing, barely audible above the rain. I turned in the direction of the sound and found myself looking straight into a patch of unusually long grass. Slowly, I stepped forwards and parted the strands of plantation. I found myself looking into two small pairs of eyes. The Flareon had very young offspring. It's okay, we are friends, I muttered reassuringly, holding out my paw in the universal sign of good intentions. One of the baby Pokémon stepped forward and sniffed my claws, the other slowly followed behind. I smiled at them, being careful not to show too many teeth and scare them off. Flame. What are you doing? Joanne asked, loudly. The two little ones dived into the grass at the noise, leaving me on my own again. Oh no you don't, I grumbled, diving in after them. It was easy to find them, I just followed the mewing. I climbed back out of the nest, carrying both of the kits. Moran and Joanne had already gone towards the city with the dead mother, so they didn't notice my new cargo. Squirtle spotted them and took one off of my hands for me. Well, at least we saved these two. I hope so, I replied, focusing on keeping hold of the squirming ball of fur. We plodded after the two humans, who were deep in conversation as they navigated towards the familiar red roof of a Pokémon Center. Moran looked back at me to make sure that we were following, and nearly dropped the Flareon when he saw the babies. Baby Eevee, he muttered watching the, now calm, youngster in my arms. Joanne turned back to look, puzzlement on her face until she spotted the kits too. Ah, poor little mites, she muttered, taking the one off Squirtle. She bent down to take mine and I bared my teeth. I just got the little bugger calm and was not going to let anyone disturb it again. Fine, you keep hold of it. You're going to have to let it go when we reach the Pokémon Center, Joanne scoffed as she picked up the pace a little. Squirtle looked over at me, confused at my sudden hostilities. If I ever find the BSTRD that killed these Eevee's mother, I muttered, looking down at the sleeping warm body I carried. When we find that BSTRD, Squirtle added. Sorry, I almost forgot that you'd want a turn. Whatever, Dad. Episode 49, Plans for a Future. How can I be their dad? I never even knew mine, I wouldn't know where to start, I said, looking down at the kit. Well, just wing it. I'm pretty sure the rest of us'll help. Except maybe Scyther, he's liable to eat them, Squirtle said with a grin. Don't joke about things like that, I was grimacing at the thought of that actually happening. See, you're practically a fully qualified father already. No I'm not. Hell, I never even knew my mom either. I suppose I could always do what my brother did. I turned out fine, didn't I? Hell no. Squirtle blurted out, one of you is bad enough without two more. Well, at least they won't be able to throw fireballs around. Or rocks. Hopefully. Anyway, we've arrived. Let's get out of the rain. I slowed my walk before stopping completely just outside of the doors. You go on ahead, I'll be there in a sec, I told him. You sure? He asked, concern written all over his face. Not literally, although that'd be good for a laugh. Yeah. I just need to think things through. I said, sounding almost as emotionless as Porygon as I said it. Squirtle nodded and stepped into the Pokémon Center, leaving me to stand in the pouring rain. I slumped down on the ground, partially hidden from the elements by the protruding roof. What am I to do? I said to myself, gazing down at the bundle of fur in my arms. I envied that little Eevee right then. All it cared about was the present, the past meant nothing to the tiny Pokémon. It didn't care that it had lost its mother, as long as somebody continued to look after it. Right there and then, that somebody was me. I wish my childhood was as good as this. I never knew either of my parents. Not even for 1 second. I doubted they even cared if I lived or died, let alone die in order to save me. I won't let you share the same fate of your mother, I told the sleeping kid as I leaned back on the wall and began to doze off. When I awoke, I was instantly aware that the Eevee was missing. I jolted upright and found myself on one of the Pokémon Center's beds. The door was open, so I leapt off of the bed and left the room. I could hear the raindrops pounding on the roof above me, thunder echoing in the distance. But none of that mattered to me right now, I was focused on finding the Eevee kits. I heard the mewing sound coming from behind a closed door. I hate doors, I muttered, pushing on the thing, and was amazed when it swung open. Immediately, the two kits shot straight towards me. They dashed between Moron's legs and skidded round Joanne until they were partially shielded by my back. "What's going on?" I asked, completely neglecting the fact that none of the humans could understand me. "Flame," Moron uttered, surprised at my sudden appearance and the kit's reaction. "They must think that Flame is their mom if they react like that to him," the familiar form of Nurse Joy said. While I was confused as to her being here, when she was at the last city too, Joanne was making some stupid cooing noise. I looked down at the two faces that gazed up at me. I somehow knew which was the one that I had held the night before, the black eyes standing out against dark brown fur. The other's fur was much lighter and smoother to the touch. "I am not your mom. Uncle, however, I can do," I told them, pretty sure that they wouldn't understand. "Uncle?" The paler one stuttered in a high-pitched voice, leaving me in shock. "Ah," her first word, came Joanne's giggle again. Then, I noticed Nurse Joy holding a big needle. The sight scared the living hell out of me, as I knew what she planned to do with it. "Oh no you don't," I growled, further shielding the EV with my arms. "Flame," Moron sighed, "Nurse Joy has to give them this to keep them healthy." "Just try it and I'll fry your face off," I said, the tone of my voice getting the threat across, while slowly pushing the kits back into the passageway. Nurse Joy laughed and put the needle down, which helped to slightly calm my nerves. "It's okay. We can give the vitamins to them without an injection," she said, reaching into a cabinet and pulling out a container. She handed this over to Moron before telling him, "Just put some of this in with some milk or water, and they'll be fine." Moron looked over at me, nodding slightly. "I can do that," he told the nurse before kneeling down in front of me. "Who wants breakfast?" Soon I was sitting in the Pokemon Center's lobby, watching the two kits gulp down milk out of a saucer. Squirtle was sitting next to me, keeping an eye on them as well. "I heard you saved them from being injected," he said, glancing at me. "Yeah. The sight of that thing just gave me the creeps," I said. "Just be thankful that you didn't see them use it," Squirtle muttered, shaking at some old memory. "More like let them be thankful. If it's so bad that you are shaking, I'd have fried the lot of them. You're going to turn out to be a great father, you know that." "I'm not their father. Just call me Uncle Flame." "I was referring to the future, but you can worry about that when the time comes," he laughed. The thought of little versions of me was a slightly disturbing one. "Hopefully that time is a fair way off," I said. Here, you're going to have your hands full with these two," he grinned, which faded at my next words. "The hell I am. You're giving me a hand, Uncle Squirt." Episode 50, Ghost of Battles Past. It had been 4 days since then and the EV kits were doing well. They spent most of their time either sleeping or play fighting, although it did turn into real fighting whenever Squirtle tried to pull them apart. More than once did I have to pull both of them off of him, while he was cursing and blinding. He usually shut up after I clobbered him over the back of the head for using such language in front of the kits. Moron and Joanne had pretty much left us alone, only appearing to put down more food and milk for the kits. I was lazing around and letting Uncle Squirt keep the kids occupied with a little storytelling. I wasn't really paying much attention, but the kits seemed riveted by the tale. It was as tall as this building, made of solid rock, and it was staring straight at Flame. I caught a few words and snapped out of my doze at the sound of my name. Flame took a step back and looked the onyx in the eyes. "Do you want to know what Uncle Flame asked it?" "What?" The smallest of the kits, the black-eyed male, asked. "I asked it what the heck they fed it," I said, walking over. Squirtle seemed to shrink before my eyes. "Why did you do that, Uncle?" One of the kits asked. I wasn't really paying attention to which one it was. I decided to tell it like it was, and kill Squirtle when the kits were sleeping. In all honesty, I was scared. I do stupid things when I'm scared, most people do. I had good reason to be scared, it beat me in one swipe. I'm not sure what happened after that, but I was told that Squirtle here finished it off, I said, glaring at the water Pokemon. So Squirtle is stronger than you, the sister, who seemed to have a white furred spiral as a birthmark on her flank. Now I never said that, did I? I said, let Squirtle tell you about how I beat him when we first met. Or I could show you, right here and now. Squirtle gulped and took a step back. I growled slightly and grinned as he turned and ran away, screaming. See what I mean about people doing stupid things when scared? I laughed. The kids chased after Squirtle in a little game of some sort. All I knew was that it involved teeth. Something was beginning to bug me, apart from the Flareon's murder. The kids still hadn't been given names. I'm pretty sure that their mom would have given them theirs soon, but was killed before she had the chance. I needed to come up with some, and hopefully their mom's spirit would approve. Don't give me that look, ghosts are real. Moron had taken the Flareon's body back to where I had found her and buried it there. So that was where I set off, after yelling at Squirtle to keep them occupied. Although, from the screaming, I gathered that they were keeping themselves amused. At Squirtle's expense. I set off throughout the city. Many of the locals had heard of me and the kids by now and left me alone. The ones that hadn't heard of me, were scared off by the facial scar and the determined look on my face. I walked past the shop that Moron had gone to get supplies from and the bridge that led out of town and towards a large valley. I navigated out of the city with no difficulty and headed for the Flareon's nest, guided by my memory of that rainy night. I turned round the bush and was aghast at the sight before me. The nest had been destroyed completely. And there was huge claw marks on the earth that marked the gravesite. Whatever killed the Flareon, came back for the kits, I realized. It wasn't a simple act of destruction, the attacker had a purpose. This revelation gave me a boost in focus. I was going to take whatever that thing was down. Even if I had to defeat an Onyx to do so. Thank you, a strange voice echoed with the wind, for saving my kits from the fate that befell me. I smiled to myself, they are good kits. I couldn't just leave them to perish. I know why you came, the echo muttered, you saved them, you deserve the honor of naming them. I looked down at the Flareon's grave and nodded, I try to come up with something decent. I'll trust you on that one, came the reply. I could have sworn that it was laughing. Heh, I'm getting the hang of talking to ghosts, I chuckled. Well, I guess it is nice to know that someone else is watching over them. Which reminds me, if you put them in harm's way then I will hunt you down and tear you to pieces. I wouldn't even dream of putting those two in danger, I said, instantly regretting leaving Squirtle in charge as a high-pitched scream came from the direction of the city. It was one of the EV kits and it sounded as though it was in trouble. I leapt over the bush, onto the pathway and dashed off towards the city. Mew, please don't let me be too late, I silently prayed. Whoever was the cause of the kit's scream would be in one hell of a lot of pain when I arrived.